Attention in the pit, stock eliminator, stock eliminator. We have called you to the lanes. We've got our first 3 pair and a couple more, but we need a whole bunch more of you. Stock eliminator, we'll take you to the staging lanes for round number 1. number 1 of eliminations. First pair, stock eliminator. Coming to the line, it's Barry Shaysgreen and Ed Hodder. Shaysgreen in the left. The factory B stock 2022 Camaro, and he'll be on the chase. 906 on the boards for Barry. Hodder out of Linwood, Washington. The factory D stocker 2015 Camaro, 1020 on the boards. He'll get the move. Bolt away on the green, Ed Hodder out in front, but here comes Barry Shaysgreen. Top end charge from Barry. Ed was in a little bit of trouble off the starting line. Barry Shaysgreen gets it done. 9:23 at 1:34. Had a whole lot of room down there. Ed Hodder was 51 on the tree and really didn't have much of a shot. Shaysgreen to round number 2. James Mantle and Greg Keelman now. Keelman in the right, the F-Stock automatic 69 Chevy Camaro out of Vancouver, Washington. Mantle gonna get a massive head start. The 77 Pacer, that's a V-Stocker. Stalls it up, he's away. And here comes Greg Keelman. Pacer way out in front. Keelman grabbing gears, headed to the top end, pulls up alongside Mantle at about 1,200 feet. Mantle gets there 2 thou to turn on the win light. He was 4 thou better on the starting line. 14:58 on the 58. Keelman, 11:59 with a 6 on the 59 dial, but he's 4 thou behind on the tree, and he's still 2 thou behind at the finish line. And we are heads up right here. Steve Hahn and Kyle Larson, couple B-Stock automatics. 11:25s on the board for both of them. Turn it green and get there first. A good old-fashioned drag race right here. Hahn coming out of Yakima, Washington. Larson from just down the road in Furcrest. Steve Hahn out in front as they get to the finish line. Win light gonna shine for Steve Hahn. 10:29. At 126 mile an hour. 10:88 at 121 for Larson. So Steve Hahn moves to round number 2. Ashley Thompson made a huge move on the qualifying sheet yesterday in Q2. All the way up to the number 2 spot. She's in that 73 Corvette. That's a G-Stocker. Finds herself paired up with Bruce Flodine right here. Gonna give up 2 seconds on the starting line. 12:95 on the boards for Flodine. He's from just down the road in Abbotsford, BC. Ashley Thompson is 9 thou red. So the win light shines for Bruce Flodine. He's off the gas and coasting through the finish line. Ashley runs it out 10:94. On the 95 dial. Tough break. Round 1 Super Street. Round 1 Super Street. We'll take you to the staging lanes now, please. Round 1 of Super Street as James Boyce and Rich Green come to the line. Green, the O-Stock automatic 95 Mustang GT, and the 88 K-Stocker of Boyce. 7/10 head start going to Rick Green. James Boyce pouring on the coals, and at the top end, the win light's gonna shine for Rick Green. He's 23 up front, gets to the finish line first by 9 thou, 12:39 with a 3 on the 39 dial, and that will get it done. Boyce broke it out by 64 thou, and he's still 9 thou behind, thanks to a reaction time that he's not gonna wanna talk about. Diane Burton and Brian Thompson now. Thompson's in the left, the P-Stock automatic 89 rack top Fox body. Burton, 455 cubic inches of Pontiac power under the hood of that E-Stock automatic Formula Firebird. $12.95 on the board for Thompson. He'll get the jump. before Burton turns it loose. Thompson's away and Diane Burton is 5 foul red, so Brian Thompson is headed to round number 2 here on Sunday. He's 48 on the tree and then dead on 5 at 89 miles an hour. Burton, 5 foul red off the gas going through the finish line, and her day is done. Gary Gandy and Clarence Bidniak now. Bidniak, left-hand side out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. The B-Stock Automatic 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner. He'll be on the chase, giving up a 4-second spot to Gary Gandy. Gandy in the little Fox body out of Tacoma, Washington. Gary is about a half a mile out in front of Clarence Bidniak. Advantage on the starting line to Bidniak, win light to Clarence Bidniak. How about 16 total? Locking out Gary Gandy, who's 65 on the tree. He's 12 thou under the dial, and he's still 36 thou behind at the finish line. Clarence Bidniak to round number 2. Your number 1 qualifier, Brian Seberg, left-hand side, the 72 Mercury Comet. That's an R-Stocker, 1290 on the boards. He's going to be way out there before Cody Lane turns loose the Copa. Factory B-Stocker, 896 on the boards. Waits, and he's away. Big mile-an-hour split down at the finish line. Not a stripe either one wants to drive. Cody Lane going to turn on the win light. How about 6 dead 0? 6 total for Cody Lane. And Brian Seberg can't win the race. He's 27 on the tree. He's 4 hun under the dial. Nowhere to go. Cody Lane to round number 2. Derek Johnstone and Alf Weed. That's a whole lot of Q-Stock Automatic left-hand side. The 66 Impala for Johnstone. 1319 on the boards, he'll get the jump. Weed, the 70 Buick GS, and he's rolling through the gears. Alf Weed blowing the tires off. Trying to run down Johnstone. Not going to be able to get it done. Johnstone's better on the tree. He gets there first by a bunch after Weed turns the tires on the starting line, so Derek Johnstone is moving on. Pete Oliveriero and Pete Landseers. My guy Pete Landseers, left-hand side, the F-Stock Automatic 73 Duster. He loosened her up a little bit yesterday. He's doing sweet wheelies once again. On the chase, the R-Stock Automatic of Pete Oliveriero is going to round 2 because Pete Landseers is 31 thou to the wrong side of the tree. Oliveriero was tuned up. He's 15 up front, and that's not too bad. Runs it out 1311 at 98 on the 1315 dial. Landseers. 1077 at 120 just for fun. The race was over as soon as he left the starting line. This is Brad Burton and Norm Weber now. Burton in the right, 1053 the number. Gonna spot 5 hun to Weber, the C-Stock Automatic 72 Corvette. Big wheel stand for Brad Burton. Pulled up alongside of him at about 600 feet. And he'll turn on the win light in a double breakout. Weber had him doubled up on the tree. He's 18 to Burton's 33. He gets to the stripe first by 24 thou, but he had to break it out 60 to do it. Burton's 33 up front and 5 hun under the dial, 24 thou behind at the stripe. That's how you turn on a wind light. Pushing Norm Weber through. Jody Lang and Angela Bushmaker. Jody grabbed one of the big wallies here on Friday at the inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. The L-Stock automatic wagon. Get a 600 head start over the M-Stocker of Bushmaker. To the top end, a big starting line advantage to Jody Lang. Wind light going to go to Jody Lang. He's 10 on the tree, 1192 at 100 miles an hour, gets there 500. Bushmaker missed it up front, puts it one above the number to be 500 behind at the finish line. Jody Lang to round number 2. Greg Marshall and John Buzinski now. Marshall, the K-Stock automatic, 88 Cutlass Supreme, 1204 on the boards, and he'll get the jump on Buzinski. The 70 CUDA F-Stocker dials it up, 1085. Greg Marshall's 88 Thou Red. John Buzinski is not. And he's moving to round number 2. Runs it out 1086 at 120. Marshall, 1195 at 103. After he's big time red up front, and that will close out round 1 of Stock Eliminator. Super Street, we have called you to the lanes. I see most of you over there, but if you're racing Super Street today and you are not in the staging lanes, you should be. Attention in the pits, Super Comp, we'll take you to the staging lanes, round number 1. Super Comp, round number 1, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time. See some fans getting here early. I know people are watching on the live stream. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park for the NHRA Lucas Oil Division 6 meet here this weekend. We started things off at the inaugural Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals, crowned a bunch of brand new winners at the first ever national event here at this facility. It's been a fantastic 3 days of racing so far. And we've got another one on deck here today. It's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be hot. But we've got great weather in deck for you all day long. Just kick things off with Stock Eliminator. We're going to bring Super Street to the line. We're racing on an index now, and 1090 is the number. We talk a lot about performance in a lot of the classes here in the NHRA. Our super classes is where we talk about precision. It's not about how fast you can go or how quick you can get there, but how precise you can be. And everybody's got a little bit different approach. There's a whole lot of different ways to make a car go 890, 990, or 1090. And you'll see all different types of it here today. They'll leave on a pro tree. The throttle stop will activate, cut the power for some predetermined amount of time. And then it'll go back off. And they'll roar back to life and go screaming to the finish line. Some people slow them down up here. Some people slow them down there. And it creates some really interesting drag races. Superclass is a lot of fun.
All right, guys, we got some Super Street cars. Dustin Ward, our winner from last night. He's here from Renton, Washington, that 67 Dart. Lined up next to Zach Rice in the Nova. Zach Rice driving Ka-Chow, the race car. His second season racing here. Zach Rice getting some help from second season, or from Puget Sound Petroleum, Extreme Cement, and Roberts Floors today. Dustin Ward inches into the fully staged light there. Couple of green lights. Win light, Dustin Ward, left lane running at 1091 at 132 miles an hour. Got off the line a little quicker. Was 30 up front. Now we have Nicky Brown, the 69 Camaro Roadster in the left lane from Snohomish. Lined up next to that bright blue Dodge Duster, Plymouth Duster, of Steve Veach. He's here from Courtney. Similar off the line for both drivers, and Steve Veach takes it 1091 on the 1090 index, 124 miles per hour. Nicky Brown ran a 1087 at $150. We got Brian McGinnis in the left lane from Kent, Washington. That beautiful black on black 56 Chevy 210. Lined up next to Kerry Huber's 1970 Nova. Couple of green lights. One of these drivers got off the line quite a bit quicker than the other driver, and it did pay off. Kerry Huber with a 1092 at $131. Brian McGinnis running a little bit too quick on that run. We got Jay Schmidt, the left lane, that beautiful metallic root beer colored 57 Chevy Bel Air. Lined up next to Matt Keelman in that black on black Chevy Nova. Couple green lights, both cars very similar off the starting line, and it goes to Matt Kilman. Matt Kilman running a 1089 at $126. Both cars went a little bit too quick, but Jay Schmidt went a little bit too quick with a 1086 at 141 miles an hour. Now we have James Elliott in that sweet looking low slung grabber Maverick in the left lane. That car's 1972 flavor. Lined up next to Herman Chan in the Camaro. Herman Chan in the Lordco lane. Driving with Lordco. Clean leave for both drivers. And it goes to Herman Chan with an 11:01 at 116 miles an hour. James Elliott in the grabber went a little bit too quick on that one. Tony Hopkins in the dark gray and coral car in the left lane, lined up next to Dan Parsons. Adventure Dan in the 1970 Duster. Dan Parsons with the Adventure Dan YouTube channel. I'm sure you'll have some pretty neat footage from this weekend. Tony Hopkins getting off the line a little bit quicker with a 014 reaction time. Puts down a 1090 with a 0, then a 1. 1/10,000th off the index. 149 mile per hour. That was a solid run for Tony Hopkins. Brad Vinci now, 68 Camaro. He's here out of Langley, BC. Lined up next to Alan Macham. Alan Macham, number 1 in the Super Street class. 67 Nova here out of Everett. Alan Macham, the champ, puts down a 1093 at a $143. Brad Vinci with a 1094 at 148 miles an hour. Aaron Durham in that clean looking Nova in the left lane. Lined up next to Dustin Martin, that 67 Chevelle. Another couple cars taking their time to fully stage in this Super Street drag race. Green light going to Aaron Durham. Getting off the line a little bit quicker too. 29 up front, putting down a 1091 at a $123. Larry Miner in the left lane, that 69 Camaro, putting down a 1091, getting the wind light on that one, 134 miles an hour. Now we got Zach Zerbrug in the left lane, 2026 Pro Track champ from Bremerton. 2026 Pro ET Finals team winner. Lined up next to Casey Ladd in that 67 Mustang, the Mustang Sally car in the right lane. He's from Welch's, Oregon. One of these drivers with a real nice reaction time off the starting line. And it pays off. Zachary Zerbrug, 009 up front, putting down a 1090 with a 0 and a 7. Tough to beat that. Casey Ladd running a 1088 at a $144. Now we got Gary Erickson, the left lane. He's here from Vancouver, Washington, 1989 Ford Probe. Lined up next to Darren O'Connor from Ponoka, Alberta. That 77 Vega wagon. Very unique looking car. Usually when you tub a car out, The tubs don't extend past the exterior bodywork. But a little H body like that, sometimes you got to modify those quarter panels to fit those big meats in there. Win light for Gary Erickson, left lane, putting down a 1094 at a $138. Little H body running a 1094 with the 3 at a $140. Jerry Brown, left lane. 2025 John Scotty, Super Street champ, here from Sherwood, Alberta, and that 71 Demon. Right lane, Fred Hoffman from Shoreline, Washington, that 67 Camaro. Looks like a bit of a problem for Jerry Brown. Fred Hoffman got off the line nice and tidy. Fred Hoffman getting a freebie there with it running a 1088 at 131 miles per hour. Jess Dale in the left lane from Bonnie, Washington, and that 70 Dart. Tritone car lined up next to Warren Jacobson out of Abbotsford in the right lane, 67 Chevy Nova 2. Double breakout. Jess Dale was a lesser offender, putting down a 1089 at 146 miles an hour. Got off the line a little cleaner too. Now we have Lane Kavar, Puyallup, Washington, in that 66 Nova, bright yellow car in the tower lane. Lined up next to Rob Zerbrook in the 68 Chevy 2. Lane Savar wants to thank Mom and Dad. He's the owner of Fast Lane Motorsports. One of these drivers with a real nice reaction time, and it does pay off for Rob Zerbrook, getting off the line with 9 thou, putting down a 1095 at a $134. Lane Savar putting down a 1098 at 148 miles an hour. Rod Belsham now in the Shorty Dragster in the left lane. Lined up next to Emmett McKillop in the Diamond Dragster in the right lane. And these two dragsters will start us off with our Super Comp first round of eliminations. Similar reaction times up front, and it goes to Emmett McKillop, putting down an 891 at a $174. Rod Belsham, little too quick on that run, 888 at 183. Too fast by 11 thou. Now we have Blue Hayball in the left lane. Dale Green in the right lane. Dale Green 2024 Northwest Nationals Super Comp winner. Denso Nationals Super Comp winner. Blue Hayball 006 reaction time. Both cars getting there too quick. Blue Hayball getting there after Dale Green, which lights up his win light for him. 889 at $1.79.
Attention in the pit, Super Stock will take the first 3 pairs to the staging lanes, please. Super Stock, first 3 pairs. Brian Thompson, Ty Gaynor, Burke Taylor and Bill Bushmaker, Nick Shepard and Jody Lang. So Gaynor and Thompson, Shepard and Lang, Bushmaker and Taylor. You're the first 3 pair. We'll take you, and we will also take the rest of Super Stock to the staging lanes for round number 1.
Justin Jewell in that last race, putting down our first trip zip of the day. Triple O with a 3 reaction time, locking down at 887 at 181 miles an hour. Now we have Reed Holland, Martinsville, Saskatchewan driver with Executive Protection Services, Houston Pizza, Gulf Race Fuels, and Hardcore Performance, lined up next to Mark Gillespie, the dragster in the Lordco lane. Both drivers clean off the line, and it goes to Mark in the right lane with an 891 at 178 miles an hour. Reed Holland running 23 thou too quick. Now we got Brandon Hutchinson from Shawnigan Lake, BC. Left lane in the American dragster. Randy Beck locking it in, 891, 162 miles an hour. Randy Beck will be moving on today. Chris Cannon cleaning off the tires on that 63 Corvette. Orange Roadster in the Lordco lane, lined up next to Grant Dury from Alberta, driving the 2012 TNT Dragster in the Tower lane. of these drivers getting off the line a little bit quicker, and it does pay off for Chris Cannon, putting down an 892 at 167 miles an hour. Grant Dury running an 885 at a $170.
Once again, Super Stock. We'll take you to the staging lanes at this time. Super Stock, round number 1. First 3 pair, Ty Gaynor and Brian Thompson, Nick Shepard and Jody Lang, Willie Bushmaker and Burke Taylor. Super Stock, we'll take you to the lanes.
Danny Hodder from Renton, Washington, getting the W on that one, 898 at a $153. Now we got James Cowie, Surrey, BC, in the 2018 Miller Dragster. Mundy's Tone and Recovery, sweet looking machine right there, next to Stephen Horton. Stephen Horton lighting up the wind light with an 891, 164 miles an hour. James Cowie running too quick by 1/10,000th of a second, running an 889.99. Emily Gerard in the left lane. Emily here at a Chilliwack, driving along with Rad Torque Systems in that undercover dragster. Lined up next to David Archambault in the right lane. He's here from Calgary. The yellow and blue 91 Ford Probe in the right lane, and that car is for sale. If anyone's in the market for a Super Comp car, Emily Gerard leaving the line cleanly, putting down an 890 on the button with a 173 miles an hour run. Emily Gerard in that run was 7/10,000th off dial. David Archambault went a little bit too quick on that one. 888 on the 890 index. Couple more Super Comp dragsters. We got Andrew Morris in the left lane. Lined up next to Justin Bond in the right lane. Justin Bond with a 615 cubic inch V8 monster sitting behind his back. Andrew Morris with a 565 powering that 2003 undercover dragster. Justin Bond with a better reaction time, and it pays off at the big end. 893, 168 miles an hour. Justin Bond will be moving on in today's competition. We got Ryan O'Connor in the tower lane from Ponoka, Alberta. Ryan's got a lot of support from Floors with Flair, Rad Torque, Tech Forestry, Bent Racing, and Caribou Electric. Lined up next to Tori Lee in the Mullis Dragster from Arizona. 3-time Divisional 6 Super Comp champ. Similar reaction times from both drivers. Nothing really to write home about. Tori Lee putting down an 891 at 170 miles an hour. Lighting up that wind light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the first 3 pair of top dragster to the staging lanes. The first 3 pair of top dragster. We got Zach Clark and Derek Shirk, Monty Beagle and Ty Gaynor, and we have Jessica Jewell and Cooper Chun. That's the first 3 pair top dragster. Come on down. Mark Loftus from Sumner, Washington, dragster in the left lane. Lined up next to Bobby Gordon from Anchorage, Alaska. Mark Loftus getting the W on that one. 891 at 164 miles an hour. Dylan Howe from Junction City, Oregon, driving that Race Tech dragster. Getting off the line 6th out too quick. Crossing the finish line with an 890 with a 0 at 185 miles per hour. Hey, pits, attention in the pits, top dragster. We're looking for Zach Clark, Derek Shirk, Monty Beagle and Ty Gaynor, and Jessica Jewell and Cooper Chun. Looking for you guys to come on down to the staging lanes first. And we're going to make the first call for all top dragsters to come on down.
So through the first round of Super Comp, we're getting ready to bring Super Stock under the bridge. Round number 1. NHRA Division 6 competition here at Mission Raceway Park. And we're going to kick things off with Brian Thompson and Ty Gaynor. Ty Gaynor and Brian Thompson going to kick us off here. Thompson, left-hand side, the Super Stock M Automatic notchback Fox body. 1165 on the boards, and he'll get the jump by a little over 2 seconds. Ty Gaynor to his right, the factory GTD Chevy Cobalt, 912 the dial. Thompson way out there. Ty Gaynor building up some steam, and at the top end, it's going to be Ty Gaynor in a double breakout. Gaynor, 54 up front. Not where he wanted to be, but it's a little better than Brian Thompson. Gets to the stripe first by 12 thou to break it out 5 thou. Thompson, behind up front, breaks it out by 24 thou. He's still 12 thou behind at the stripe. Ty Gaynor's moving to round number 2. Burke Taylor and Billy Bushmaker. Bushmaker, the 74 Barracuda, Super Stock M Automatic, gonna get the jump, 1103. Taylor. The GT 96 Camaro, 1023 on the boards. He's on the chase and's got a little bit of work to do. Not gonna be able to get it done. Bushmaker gets to the first by a mile. Taylor way off the number 11 flat at 121 on the 1023. Easy ride to round number 2 for Bushmaker. Jody Lang and Nick Shepard now. Jody gets the jump, dial 1081. The Super Stock L Automatic 81 Malibu from Puyallup, Washington. Shepard coming out of Tigard, Oregon. That's a GTE Automatic 2005 Chevy Cavalier. 945 on the boards for Shepard. A really finicky car that Shepard's been trying to dial in all weekend. A fine line between flipping it over backwards and blowing the tires off. They've been working all weekend long, trying to get that thing into the sweet spot. We'll know in just a second if he found it. Both pretty good up front. Nick Shepard on the charge, had 8 thou in his pocket, and he gets the win in a double breakout. That was a drag race right there. Jody Lang, 15 up front. He's 1 thou under the dial, 8 thou under the dial, getting there by a thou. Shepard, 007, had him doubled up on the tree. Breaks it out 0005, following him through the finish line. Nick Shepard to round number 2. Dave Jung and Rick McKinney now. McKinney had a pretty good weekend here so far, trying to keep it rolling. The GTN Automatic Chevy Camaro, dial 1042, he's on the chase. Jung, the K Automatic from Surrey, BC. Slight head start. McKinney looks like he's got him covered up before the finish line, and he's going to get the win light. Jung, 40 on the tree, gets there 7 thou, but he had to break it out 27 thou to do it. McKinney, 15 up front, dead on 4, 19 total, locks out Jung. The real Dougal Thomas, right-hand side, and my man Daryl Stobie. Stobie will get the jump, 1009 on the boards, the J Automatic 64 Chevelle, and he starts it with a key. The GTH Automatic 3rd Gen Camaro of Dougal Thomas dials up 994. Tree fires, we're both green, we're both on the bumper, and we're headed to the finish line. Top dragster, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, we will take you to the lanes. Dougal Thomas turning on the win light there. Stobie had 200 advantage on the tree, gets there by 62 thou, breaks it out by 16. Had to take 46 or less to get it done. Dougal Thomas to round number 2 as Ken Johnston and Troy Olsenowski come to the line. 11:62 on the boards for the O-automatic wagon of Olsenowski. He'll get a 5 head start on Johnson. That's a GTQ automatic 55 Chevy. Puts it on the chip. They put it on the back tires. Olsenowski out in front. Johnston trying to reel him in. Can he catch him? No, he cannot. Olsenowski, 42 up front. 11:62 at 93 mile an hour on the 62 dial. Gets to the finish line first by 36 thou. Johnston had a huge advantage on the starting line, and he's 7 off the number to be 36 thou behind. Rod Stoltz and Alan Marshall now. Marshall, left-hand side, 11:59 on the boards for the 55 Chevy. That is one cool hot rod. Little over a 1.5 head start to Stoltz, the GT Chevy S10 out of Marysville, Washington. Marshall way out front. Stoltz pouring on the coals, and at the finish line, it's going to be Rod Stoltz. Marshall is laid up front. Gets to the finish line first by 58 thou, but he was 33 thou under the dial as Stoltz follows him through and watches the wind light shine. Oliver Baxter and Scott Burton now. Traded in the Mustang for the GTD automatic Sunfire, 892 on the boards, and he's on the chase. Baxter, 1025. The Monte Carlo putting it on the bumper. Burton reeling him in at the top end. Wind light going to go to Oliver Baxter. 11 up front, dead on 9, 20 total. Locks out Scott Burton, who was laid up front, and runs 893 at 143 to be 5 behind at the stripe. Brad Burton gonna get the free pass into round number 2 right here. Your number 1 qualifier, the GTG automatic 3rd gen Firebird. He's a multi-time world champ, finished number 5 in the world last year, and he'd love to grab one of these 75th anniversary Diamond Wallies here today. He's 15 on the tree. Cuts it as he goes through the lights. 939 at 121 for Brad Burton. So that'll put a bow on round number 1, a super stock. Cutting the field in half, headed to the winner's circle, where we'll hand out a whole stack of these Diamond Wallies here today. We've got Top Dragster coming to the lanes right now, getting them paired up. We'll touch up the track real quick, and we'll get right back underway. So we're getting top dragster paired up. Tractor making a final pass here. We're about to do some really, really fast bracket racing. They'll be driving the stripes, some of them at well over 200 miles an hour. It's a qualified field based on ET, but they run on a dial-in. First three pairs coming to the line right now in top dragster, and unfortunately Zach Clark could not make the call, so Derek Shirk will be on the competition single here into round number 2. He puts a dial on the board of 767. 19 on the tree, and then 768 with a 0 at 172. Got all the info he needs here in round number 1. As Cooper Chun and Jessica Jewell back him up. Jessica parked it on the dance floor and grabbed one of the big national event Wallies on Friday afternoon. Trying to keep it rolling here today. She'll have to get through Cooper Chun, sitting to her left. Cooper will get the jump, dialed 750. 693 on the boards for Jessica Jewell. Jessica Jewell is 000 red, and the win light shines for Cooper Chun. Runs it out 749 with a 3 at 177. Jessica 000 with a 7 to the wrong side of the tree, and then 691 at 192. Almost had us a really, really good drag race right there. Cooper Chun moving on. Ed Vanderkoy and Justin Bond now. You just saw Justin in Super Comp. Back up here in Top Dragster. And he'll give the head start to Vanderkoy, dialed 743. 692 on the boards for Bond, right-hand side. JBS Equipment Machine for Justin. Spider Electric and IMAX RV on board for Vanderkoy. We got us a drag race right here. Vanderkoy out front, Bond on the charge. Top end wind light says Justin Bond. Vanderkoy was 7th thou better on the tree. Gets to the stripe first by 16th thou, but he broke it out by 4th thou getting there. Needed to get there 12th thou or less. Bond, 22 up front, dead on 5, 27 total. We'll send him to round number 2. This is Ty Gaynor and Monty Beagle. Ty was in our designated pairs in Super Stock. Finds himself in the designated pairs here in Top Dragster. The Sun Auto Tire and Service Machine left-hand side, dials it in 749. He'll be out there about 35 feet before Monty Beagle turns it loose. The 2013 Spitzer Machine dials it in at 694. Beagle's a thou red, needed to be up on the wheel. Ty Gaynor, let's go 005, runs it down through there, 748 with a 3 at 178. Comp Eliminator, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time. Comp Eliminator, we will take you to the staging lanes for round number 1. As Andy Morris and Justin Dalhannock back him up. Morris, left-hand side, dials it in 737. The 2010 Mullis. He'll get the jump on Dalhannock, dials it in 688. R&D Trailer Rentals, MKS Trailer and Equipment Repair on board, helping Dalhannock out. Gonna shine for Justin Dalhannock. Morris was late, and then he was behind. And late and behind is not how you turn on a wind light in Top Dragster. Dalhannock, 25 up front, dead on 5. He's 30 total. Locks out Andy Morris. Dan Provo and Brad Powell now. The Rad Torque Systems machine left-hand side dials it in 669, and he'll be on the chase. Powell to his right. The 2010 TNT Hot Rod, 600 cubic inches of big block Chevy sitting behind the cage. Dials it up at 728. The blower car of Provost builds a whole lot of steam. A little too much steam on the starting line. He's 9 thou red. Wind light shines for Brad Powell. Runs it out 725 at 184. Provo 676 at 188. Off the gas and headed to the trailer. Jeremy Soares and Clint Geisey backing him up now. Geisey, the Rhoda Miller paint machine, right-hand side out of Enumclaw, Washington. 670 on the boards for Clint, and he'll give the spot to Jeremy Soares. from Terrace, British Columbia, dials it in at 7:37. One of the nicest 25-year-old dragsters you'll ever see right there for Jeremy Soares. Both pre-staged. Soares puts it in first. Geisy bumps it in behind him. Tree fires. Clean and green, both sides of the racetrack to the top end. Clint Geisy pulls up alongside him at 1,000 feet and turns on the wind line. Double breakout here. Soares, 38 up front, 41 thou under the dial, and he's still 2 thou behind at the finish line. Geisy had him tripled up on the starting line. He's 12 on the let go, 668 at 192. Gets there first by 2 thou. And he's headed around number 2. Competition Eliminator. Competition Eliminator, we will take you to the staging lanes now, please. Competition Eliminator, we're ready for you. As Cody Baker and Chris Barton get set to go. Barton, the 26 Race Tech Hot Rod, purging the nitrous out of Spokane, Washington, dials it in at 6:59. He'll be on the chase. Baker, 7:07 on the boards, left-hand side. Clean and green. 2 thou advantage goes to Cody Baker, but the win light's going to shine for Chris Barton. How about 20 dead on 0 to be 20 total? Baker, 18 up front. He's 2 thou better as they pass the Christmas tree. Gets to the finish line first by 10 thou, but broke it out by 8. Had a 2 thou window. Barton stayed locked on him all the way down the track. 2 thou the difference up here. And in the end, 2 thou the difference down there. Chris Barton around number 2. Grant Dury into Enrod Reedney. Dury trying to keep his magical season going here. He got the win at the Phoenix Divisional, picked up the win at the Winter Nationals. And he's looking for another divisional trophy here. 6:51 the dial for Dury. He's on the chase. Rod Reed, 7:11 on the boards. They're both up on the wheel. Dury running him down at the finish line. Advantage on the starting line to Rod Reed. Win light going to Dan Rodrigue. He's 009. 7:12 with an 8 at 186. Gets there first by 23 thou. Dury was 15 thou behind on the tree. He's 200 above the dial. He's 23 thou behind at the finish line. Junior Dragsters, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, we will take you to the lanes. Junior Thunder, we're going to put you in lane number 1. Junior Lightning, we're going to put you in lane number 2. As Tammy Peugeot and Megan Lee Gaynor come to the starting line now. Megan, right-hand side, dialed 668. The 2024 Race Tech machine, a big old blower sitting on top. And she comes to you from Vancouver, Washington. Peugeot. The Rad Torque System hot rod dials in at 716. Megan Gaynor's got a little bit of work to do right here. Can she get it done? Yes, she does. Tammy had a 35 thou advantage on the starting line. Gets to the finish line first by 54 thou, but broke it out 14. Needed to get there 40 or less. Gainer, a little late on the tree, puts it dead on 4, follows Tammy through the finish line, and the win light shines. And she's headed around number 2. This is your reigning, defending world champion, Casey Plaisir, right-hand side. The 08 Mullis, 615 cubic inches sitting behind him. 725, the number on the boards, and he'll get the head start. Benji Martin sits to his left. The 14 Race Tech machine from Selah, Washington, dials it in at 676. Thou advantage goes to Benji Martin, and so does the win light. How about 2 dead 0 to be 2 total? Gets to the finish line by 20 thou. No need to lift when you're going dead on. Plaisir, not too bad up front. He's 16, puts it dead on 7, but he's locked out. 2 total from Benji Martin, laying down an absolute lap. William Oliver and Aaron Steinke. Steinke, your number 1 qualifier. He's dialed the class minimum 610. He'll spot almost a full second to William Oliver, left-hand side, out of Mission, BC. Dialed 702. Purging the nitrous. 959 cubic inches of Pat Musey power sitting behind the cage of Aaron Steinke. Try to run down the supercharged car of William Oliver. They're both in, tree fires, clean and green, but Aaron Steinke. Aaron Steinke has some issues, shuts it down. Oliver was 45 on the tree, lays it on the wood, and puts it dead on 4 at 176 miles an hour. Tough break for Aaron Steinke here. They got the crew out there. They'll get him pushed back off the starting line.
Zach Clark's.
We'll see him again in Top Sportsman, but his day is done here in Top Dragster. That thing's been an absolute rocket ship all weekend long. So they get Steinke cleared off, and we bring up our next pair. It's Dylan Howe and Jeff Havens. That's Havens in the left out of Harrah, Washington. He's down 721. He'll get the jump on Dylan Howe, the 2026 Race Tech machine out of Junction City, Oregon. Cascade truck body and trailer sales. Multi-time world champ Justin Lamb Racing helping him out. Number 7 on the wing. He finished number 7 in the world last year. Trying to chase down a title here in 2026. He'll need a strong finish here at the Divisional. if he wants to have a shot. Is 3 thou red. So Jeff Havens heads to round number 2, runs it out 719 at 177. Dylan off the gas at the top end, 672 at 175 when he sees the wind light come on for Jeff Havens. So tough break for Dylan Howe right there. Havens to round number 2, and that'll close us out in top dragster.
Attention pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, come on down to the staging lanes. We got Thunder. Lane number 1, Junior Lightning in stage 2. And this is the first call for Super Gas. Super Gas, come on down to the staging lanes. We got Junior Thunder, lane 1, Lightning, lane 2, and Super Gas, come on down.
As we move into Comp Eliminator now. If you're new to Comp Eliminator, you'll see numbers on the board, but those are not dial-ins. Those are indexes. Class index determines who gets to leave first, but the first one to the finish line wins. Index is determined on a combination of the type of car, the type of power plant, how much it weighs, a whole bunch of cosmic soup to come up with the class designations. And then based on how fast these guys run in qualifying, they can either take hits to their personal index or they can move the entire class index. And we saw some of that earlier here this weekend. We're going to kick things off with Kim Carter and Ralph Van Papenken. RVP sitting in the right, the AE Connor Walter. He's been hot rodding since 1958. He'll leave first, 784 on the boards. The C automatic dragster at Kim Carter left-hand side got timed out. So Ralph Van Papenken gonna get the win. Kim put it in the beams and then rolled it through. So Ralph will head to round number 2. Tough break for the Carter clan right there. Next pair fires up. That's Cody Lane from Seattle, Washington, the AE Connor Walter. And that is Kevin Perkin, the F Super Modified 3rd Gen Camaro. 930 index on the boards. He'll get to lead first. Cody Lane will try to chase him down. Cody, your 2024 Competition Eliminator World Champion. And between Superstock and Comp, he's a 6-time division champ. That Hancock and Lane team has been turning on a lot of win lights for a long, long time. 790 on the board for Lane. He's on the chase, but he doesn't have to go too far. Kevin Perkin turns it red, so the win light comes on for Cody Lane. He's 35 up front, off the gas, going through the finish line, 8:51 at 109. So that'll bring up Dino Cost and Ryan Warder. Warder gets to leave first. The 2005 E Super Modified Pontiac Sunfire. He's a 5-time national event winner. He's won divisional events just like this one 21 times. The CE Cono dragster, Dino Cost, gonna try to run him down. 790 on the board for Dino. 1.2 second head start going to Ryan Warder. Both of these hot rods going to be absolutely singing when they go through the finish line. Here comes Dino Cost, but he's got a little bit of work to do. Win light going to shine for Ryan Warder. 864 at 136 for Warder. Puts him ahead at the stripe by 54 thou. Dino was laid up front, 51 on the tree. Runs 745 at 173, but cannot get there. Ryan Warder to round number 2. So Anthony Schmidl going to get the single right here. AE Connor Walter, 785 index on the boards. 53 up front and off the gas. Gonna coast it through there. 921 at 90 mile an hour. But with nobody in the other lane, we'll see him at least one more time. We'll have another single here. Dean Carter just gonna take the tree and then back it up. Supposed to face Joe Locke here. Joe had an unfortunate incident yesterday, unable to make the call here this morning. So Dean Carter gets the automatic win, saves a little bit of wear and tear on his hot rod. All he had to do was take the tree. So that'll finish up round number 1 of Comp Eliminator. Getting ready to move into some junior dragsters, putting the little kids on the big stage here at the divisional event. And they've got Diamond Wallies waiting for them too.
We got our first pair of Junior Thunder. Got their tires cleaned off. We got Jackson White and the Hulk Machine in the left lane. Here out of Mission, BC, Jackson White got some support from Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Walco, Lordco, and TNT. Ashton Katnick in the right lane out of Maple Ridge, BC, just down the highway a little bit. He's driving along with Lordco and TK Performance. Ashton Katnick leaving early by 2 thou, lighting up Jackson White's win light at the starting light. Starting line, Jackson White putting down a 14:06 at 44 miles an hour. Grayson Mass backed up, turn those tires one more time. He's here out of Maple Ridge, driving along with New Elevation Civil Construction. Lined up next to Kiera Harder, the 2005 Creative Junior Dragster. Kiera's driving along with Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. Kiera Harder with a 12:32 on the clock. She'll be leaving first, and then Grayson Mass will take off a couple seconds later. Grayson Mass leaving a little early on that run. Handing the win light to Kiera Harder, who runs a 12:11 at 51 miles an hour. Grayson Mass stopped the timer at 8:89 at 70. Cadence Rodrigue in the left lane. Black Hot Rod Flames on that blue car. Lined up next to Owen Armstrong out of Chilliwack. Both these drivers are from Chilliwack, actually, and both these drivers are driving Creative Chassis Junior Dragsters. Owen Armstrong leaving first with an 11.90 up on the board. Cadence Rodrigue with an 8.91. Cadence Rodrigue winning that one at the starting line, lighting up with Owen Armstrong lighting up the win light. Cadence running a 8.88 at 73 miles an hour. We'll be moving on in today's competition. Now we have Pearson Mass in the right lane. Also driving with New Elevation Civil Construction. Alex Green in the left lane, the 2017 Mike Boss Junior Dragster. Alex Green, lots of support from Abstract Glass, True North Mechanical, and Lordco. Green light for Pearson Mass. It gets off the line nice and tidy. Alex Green going red by 25 thou. Handing the win light over to Pearson Mass, who will be moving on in today's competition. Pearson running a 11.81 at 53 miles an hour through the 8th mile trap. Danica Harder and Paige Barlow now. Danica Harder out of Abbotsford, BC, 2005 Creative Junior Dragster, driving along with Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. 1200 on the board. Paige Barlow, special thanks to Mom and Dad. She's got a 1046 dial. Both drivers breaking out. Danica Harder was the lesser offender, so Danica gets the win light lit up, taking the W on that one with an 11.70 at 53 miles an hour. Paige Barlow putting down an 11.57 at 57 miles an hour. So Danica Harder will be up against Pearson Mass in the next round. Jackson Cowie now, 2020 Huddleston chassis, driving along with Mundy's Towing. 1440 up on the board next to Wesley Armstrong in the right lane out of Chilliwack, BC. 2012 Martin Junior Dragster with Armstrong Family Racing. This race will determine who will be up against Jackson White in next round of eliminations. Big head start for Jackson Cowie. Wesley Armstrong chasing him down now. Very similar reaction time from both drivers, but it is going to go to Wesley Armstrong, putting down an 8.90 with an 8 right on the button, 67 miles an hour through the 8th mile trap. So it's going to be Wesley Armstrong lined up next to Jackson White in the next round. First round, Junior Lightning. Isabella Marshall in the left lane out of Vernon, 2016 Mike Boss chassis car. Driving along with Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World with an 807 up on the board. Lined up next to Connor Jackson out of Abbotsford, 2014 Mike Boss chassis dragster. Connor Jackson driving with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil Fitness Lab, and Rodrigue Family Racing. One of these drivers getting off the line a bit quicker, and it does pay off for Connor Jackson, 789 on his 790 dial. Double breakout, but Connor Jackson will be moving on to the next round of eliminations, which is our semi-finals for Junior Lightning. Grayson Fossum in the right lane out of Tacoma, Washington. Piloting a 2010 Hardins Junior Dragster. Driving along with Dave Barcelon Trucktown and Fuel Factory. 790 up on the board for him. Lined up next to Adam Katnick in that Metal Flake Red Candy 2023 Junior Dragster. Adam Katnick driving along with TK Performance and Lordco. One thou difference in the dial-in for these two cars. Bit of pedaling going on, and Adam Katnick takes it. 791 on the 790 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro ET, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Pro ET to lanes 5 and 6. Thank you. Pro ET, lanes 5 and 6 for your round 1 of eliminations. That's Pro ET, round 1 eliminations, lanes 5 and 6. We got Bentley Johnson in the left lane. From right here in Mission, BC, lined up next to Hunter Thompson. Hunter Thompson driving along with JBS Equipment. Both cars with 797 up on the board. This race will determine who will be running up against Adam Katnick in the semifinals for Junior Lightning. And it'll be Bentley Johnson putting down a 797 on the button with a 9, 81 miles an hour. Now we have Koka Kowalski in the left lane. Very familiar paint color there. I'm sure you all recognize a certain Nova. In the pits, has that exact color on it. Koka Kowalski with Dakau Ventures. Lined up next to April Bond. April Bond in the pink machine driving with JBS Equipment. Three-stage bulbs lit on both sides of the track. This race will determine who will go up against Connor Jackson in the semifinals. April Bond gets off the line quicker and gets it done with 793 at 78 miles an hour. Double breakout. April Bond was the lesser offender, so she will be moving on into the semifinals for Junior Lightning. Coming up next, we got a little super gas. Little super gas elimination round 1 action for you.
These shocks have really impressed me. First of all, the clearance. I didn't expect it to be that good. I feel like I'm actually driving a truck. The suspension has made a huge difference for off-roading. I feel like with these shocks, I can go anywhere, and I'm really excited to go venture out and do some trails that I was maybe not so sure about before. I feel like now I can go anywhere and do anything.
Well, we got our track crew just giving the track a little spray down, making sure we have perfect conditions for the super gas cars that are coming up shortly. Beauty of a day. It's a hot one today. Stay hydrated and use your sunscreen, guys. Looking at 33 degrees as the high today, so from what I hear, there's not a whole lot of wind going on out there either. So find a shady spot between rounds. First pair of super gas pulling into the burnout box. We got Keith Peterson in the Boss Haas 2008 Mustang Roadster in the left lane. Keith's got a special thanks to mom and dad here. That car is powered by a 605 Ford under that big old hood scoop. In the right lane, Nathan Huber from Sumner, Washington in that black second gen Chevrolet S10. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, one more call for you guys. Lanes 5 and 6. Pro, come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Left lane, Keith Peterson getting off the line with a 005 reaction time, putting down a 993 at a $160. Parking the S10 of Nathan. Keith will be moving on in today's competition. Now we have Rory Moser from Red Deer, Alberta in the Ford. Ford in the left lane. Cherry metallic looking hot rod lined up next to Sandy Bracy Nero's 1963 Corvette. One of these drivers with a really good reaction time, and it definitely pays off for Sandy. 998 at 168 miles an hour. Got off the line with a 005. Rory Moser also put down a 998 at a $135. Got off the line a little slower with an 050. Glenn Ingleton, left lane. Beautiful purple and silver and orange Corvette in the left lane there. Lined up next to Greg Hare, third gen Camaro from Ravensdale, Washington. Glenn Ingleton putting it down, 993 at a $140. Greg Hare going a little bit too quick, running too fast by 7 thou. 023 margin between those two cars. Kirk Lands in the left lane now. Metallic blue Chevy Camaro. Lined up next to Mark Simmons. Mark Simmons in the Camaro Roadster in the Lordco lane. Simmons here all the way from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Kirk Lands with much less of a drive from right here in Mission. Kirk Lands putting it down with a 991 at a $165. Kirk will be moving on in today's competition into the next round of eliminations. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top sportsman. First 3 rounds for top sportsman. I'm about to call him. Jeremy Waterman with Blake Foster. Up next, we have David Kowalski with Scott Robinson. Jan Christensen and Brody Soares. That's the first 3 rounds for qualified top sportsmen. We need you guys to the lanes. Jeremy Waterman, Blake Foster, David Kowalski and Scott Robinson, and Jan Christensen and Brody Soares. We need you guys in the lanes. Come on down. Chris Cannon getting off the light with a 006 reaction time, putting down a 994. Lighting up the win light there, a $165. Brent McKinney running a 992 at 163 miles an hour. David Archambault didn't show up for this race, but we got Kevin Griffiths. Some mechanical issues with David's 57, so Kevin Griffiths gets the freebie on this one. That 23 Roadster running a 989 at 148 miles an hour. Ed Hutchinson in the right lane, that flamed out C1. He's here from Victoria. 1957 Corvette, lined up next to Dan Davis in the C2. That 63 Vet's here from Tacoma, Washington. 2026 National Open winner. 24 National Open in Bremerton winner. The guy's got some trophies on the shelf, and he knows how to light up that win light. Fantastic reaction time from Ed Hutchinson, and it pays off getting off the line with a 1 thou reaction time at the starting line. Stopping the timer at 9:91 at 159 miles per hour. Dan Davis running a 988 at a $162. Now we got Todd Sims in the probe in the left lane. Puget Sound Petroleum, Roberts floor covering. Lined up next to Eddie Plaisir from Edmonton, Alberta. Eddie in the 56 Bel Air, two-tone black and red car. He's driving along with Rad Torque. Impact powder coating, DC signs. And it goes to Todd Sims in the probe. Both cars broke out. Todd Sims, the lesser offender, running a 988 at a $161, despite Eddie Plaisir getting off the line with an 8 thou reaction time. We got Donald Jewell from Spokane in the bright red 57 Corvette in the left lane, lined up next to Steve Lowe. 92 Firebird in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All top sportsmen, come on down to the staging lanes. All top sportsmen, this is your call to the lanes. Steve Lowe in the Firebird moving on to the next round. And we got Andrew Sargent from Lethbridge in that 86 Daytona. He's got some help today from VTAC Chassis Works and Western Canadian Rockwell. Joshua Meloff in the right lane from Maple Ridge, BC. Deep metallic paint job on that 57 Corvette. Chrome cage shining in the sunlight, sticking out the top of that Corvette Roadster. Four bulbs lit. And a couple of green lights. Joshua Meloff running a 991, 157 miles an hour, parking the Daytona. Now we have Brandon Hutchinson from Shawnigan Lake, BC in that Corvette in the left lane. Took home a Wally just a couple weeks ago. The John Scotty event. Cooper Chun in the right lane, that 57 white Roadster. He's here from Vancouver, Washington. Brandon Hutchinson taking himself out, handing the win light to Cooper Chun. Cooper Chun getting off the line with a 007. Solid reaction time there, putting down a 988 at a $154.
Either way, Top Sports was last.
And that's a wrap for Super Gas. So we're going to be moving on to Pro ET for round 1 of Pros Elimination. Richard Ray warming up those tires in that 71 Dart. He's got a 426 underneath that classic Dodge Dart hood scoop. Lined up next to Steve Baskerville in the Volkswagen Golf R. That car is a 2016. Steve Baskerville with 1365 up on the board. Richard Ray with a 1030. So Steve Baskerville's going to be taking off first. Richard Ray handing the win light over to Steve Baskerville. Baskerville moving on in the competition today.
One more call for Top Sportsman, please. You got it. Thank you.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Brendan Piskacek in the right lane. GT Fox Body. Putting down a 1342. We'll be moving on today in the competition. Crossing the stripe at 87 miles an hour. Now we have John Tabak driving with Rad Torque Systems in his 88 Chevrolet S10. LS powered pickup truck. Lined up next to Mal Patterson. 1968 Pontiac Acadian. The malfunction car with a 427 underneath that big old hood scoop. John Tabak gets it with a 1053 at 116 miles an hour. Parking the malfunction Acadian for today. Cassie Tippy up next in the 65 Nova. Great looking car with original patina. And I'm a guy who loves patina. It's my daughter's middle name. Lined up next to Ray Bollinger, 1963 Pontiac Parisienne. Pontiac powered by a 355 Chevy. Cassie Tippy locking it down, 1155 under 1154 dial. $1.16 across the stripe. Now we have Lance DeSillets in the left lane at a Tofino BC. Beautiful Blurple 1981 Chevy Malibu powered by a 454. Dennis Winton in the right lane. The 66 Chevy Bel Air lost in time car, bumping it through the lights. Bit of an unfortunate jump there. Dennis Winton taking himself out of today's competition, handing the win light over to Lance, who will be moving on today. Lance putting down a 1086 on his 1065 dial, but it didn't matter. He'd already won the race. $1.22 through the traps. Tyson Lowe now in the tower lane in the white third gen 1984 Camaro. That car's got a 5.7 under the hood. Lined up next to Nick Barnhart, 85 Mustang hatchback Fox body. 408 under that hood scoop of that car. Tyson Lowe with a 1243 dial. Nick Barnhart with a 1090. Tyson's going to be taken off first. And Nick gets the green light to chase him down. Neither reaction time is something worth mentioning, but let's see what happens at the finish line. Win light left lane, Tyson Lowe in the Camaro. 1246 at 98 miles an hour. Nick Barnhart with a 1098 at a $1.23. Ryan Warnke in the right lane. Little extended cab long box 83 Chevy S10 powered by a 355. And we got Craig Johnson the left lane. The wheelie wagon, Johnson's custom exhaust. Craig Johnson, 79 Malibu wagon. Always fun to watch that car hang the hoops. Looks like Craig Johnson may have tuned the wheelie out of that car a little bit for this competition. Getting the win light with a 1053 right on the money. 1053 with a 2 on his 1053 dial. Parking the 83 S10. And now we got Doug Klassen in the left lane. '96 Grand Am in the left lane. And a wild-looking Malibu. Some very Rat Fink-looking stacks sticking out of the hood of that car. One of these cars with a fantastic reaction time. Doug Klassen takes it, though, with a 985 at a $1.20. Malibu in the right lane got off the line with a 008, but ran a 1076 on his 1050 dial. Jessica Armstrong now, vinyl top dart in the tower lane. Car is powered by a 318. And she's lined up next to Daryl Tippy, the 62 Chevy 2 in the right lane. 454 powered car. Daryl Tippy, anxious to get to that finish line, leaves 5 thou early, handing the win light over to Jessica Armstrong at the starting line. Jessica Armstrong running a 1325 at a $1.02. Now we got Chris Stone on a buy run. Chris Stone, 1968 Dodge. That is Stone Cold Racing. 446 Mopar powered Dart. He's got a 1022 up on the board. Popping little wheelie off the starting line with a 017 reaction time. Stops the timer at 1025 at a $1.28. And that'll do it for our Pro ET cars. Coming up next, we'll be moving on for round 1 eliminations top sportsman.
These hands hold a lot of trust. They keep engines running and tires turning. People depend on these hands, and these hands depend on Interstate. Interstate batteries, outrageously dependable.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
So we got them out there on the track. They're going to drag some rubber into the surface here, make sure it is as competitive and as safe as it can possibly be before we start going really, really fast here in Top Sportsman. The fastest door cars on property. You saw Top Dragster a little bit ago. Really similar deal here. 610 the minimum. Can't go faster than 610. It's a qualified field, but they'll have a dial in. So we'll have a staggered start, and we'll be driving the stripe at nearly 200 miles an hour. We got fire in the pipes, and your first pair coming under the bridge right now. We'll kick things off with Jan Christensen and Brody Soares. So Jan Christensen backing up that electric green 2026 Chevy Camaro from Langley, British Columbia. Qualified in the number 9 spot. And Jan will be on the chase, dialed in at 710. Brody Sears sitting in the left-hand side, the 2003 Cavalier out of Terrace, British Columbia. Qualified number 20. 770's the dial, 6/10 head start before Christensen cuts it loose. Both staged up, tree coming down. We got 2 green lights. Brody Soares out front. Jan Christensen on the charge, pulls up at 1,000 feet. Wind light gonna shine for Brody Soares. Christensen, 24 on the tree, gets to the finish line first by 21 thou, but went 3 thou under the dial. And that'll hand a wind light to Brody Soares, who's 006 up front, and then 773 at 179. Headed to round number 2. Second pair, Blake Foster and Jeremy Waterman. Waterman, already with a divisional victory here this season down in Las Vegas. Left-hand side out of Hara, Washington, he'll be on the chase. Dialed 721. Foster in the right out of St. George, Utah. The 69 Camaro dials it in at 790. Blake Foster turns it 6 thou red, so the wind light will shine for Jeremy Waterman. He's 007 on the tree, runs it out 723 at 189. Foster, 6 red, and then 797 at 165. David Kowalski and Scott Robinson now. Kowalski backing up the wild 7070 Nova. Left-hand side, Dachau Ventures. It's a street legal drag and drive car. You might see him on the highway. Qualified in the number 10 spot. Scott Robinson sitting to his right. Qualified number 21, the Rad Torque Systems 94 Chevy Beretta. Dialed in at 773. Gonna get the head start by 6/10. On the charge, advantage on the tree goes to Scott Robinson. Wind light to Scott Robinson. He's 36 up front, 773 at 177. Gets him to the finish line first by 48 thousandths of a second. Kowalski was 58 on the tree, and then 714 at 193, following Robinson through. So Scott will take it to the next round as Will Yakimitz and Richard Kurt get set to go right here. Yakimitz qualified in the number 3 spot with a 6:44. Dials it up 6:49 right here. He'll be on the chase. Kirk, your number 14 qualifier, 7:39 on the boards for the Chevy Lumina from Canby, Oregon. Starting line advantage going to Will Yakimitz. Win light to Will Yakimitz. How about 57 up front? He gets to the finish line first by 69 thou, and he puts it dead on 6. Kirk was late up front, 1 above the dial, and 69 thou behind at the finish line. Will Yakimitz to round number 2. This is Barry Stetner and Kirk Lance now. This is not Kirk Lance. This is Benji Martin. I'm going to say Kirk painted his car overnight and put a hood scoop on it. Benji Martin, left-hand side out of Selah, Washington. 698 on the boards. He'll be on the chase. Stetner, right-hand side, dialed 760. Out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Stetner's away. And here comes Benji Martin. Little shake of the tire for Stetner, see if he can keep it out in front. No, he cannot. 31 on the tree for Benji Martin. Gets to the finish line first by 56 thou, 702 at 185 miles an hour. Stetner was 002 up front. The car gave a little shimmy. And at the top end, 772 at 175 puts him 5 hun behind. Kevin Shear and Ken Orser now. Orser, left-hand side, your number 15 qualifier, the 2006 TCS Pontiac GTO. Shear, the number 4 qualifier, with a 666, dials it up here, 665. Kevin Shear's a whole bunch red. Looks like he might have rolled it through the beams or... Win light shines for Ken Orser. Sean Herbst and Tommy Gaynor now. Gaynor backing it up right-hand side from Vancouver, Washington. He'll get the jump on Sean Herbst, dialed 755. Herbst got the win at the Rad Torque System Sports Nationals here on Friday. Trying to keep it rolling here today, dialed 692. Both pre-staged, bumping it in. Herbst in first. Gaynor right behind him, tree fires. And Sean Herbst is 33 thou red, so the win light is shining for Tommy Gaynor. He's headed to round number 2. Herbst off the gas, rolling through the finish line, 941 at 94 mile an hour. Gaynor, 754 with an 8 at 182 on the 55 dial. Looking pretty good here in round number 1. John Ermish and Paul Soares. Quick adjustment of the wheelie bars on John Ermish's car, left-hand side. The Rhoda Miller paint machine dials it in at 686. He'll give the jump to Paul Soares, right-hand side, the 55 Chevy Bel Air, dials it in at 752. Gently chopped, slightly massaged, and looking really, really sharp in the Bel Air. John Ermish on the chase, trying to pull up alongside of Paul Soares. Paul had the advantage on the starting line. He's got the win light at the finish line. 7:54 at 180. Gets him to the stripe first by 47 thou. Ermish was 18 thou behind on the tree. 5 hun above the dial. Bill King and Dale Phillips now. Phillips, left-hand side, dialed 749. 699 cubic inches sitting under the hood scoop of that fastback Mustang. The Sonny's Hemi sitting under the scoop of Bill King, right-hand side, dialed 663. Clean and green. One of them's perfect. Win light gonna go to Bill King. How about 12 up front, dead on 4 to be 16 total. Phillips was 000 on the tree, and then 2 above the number, put him 8 thou behind at the stripe. Heck of a drag race right there. Bill King coming out on the right side of it and headed to round number 2. That's Mike Lucas, the 68 Camaro left-hand side, right here in British Columbia. 728 on the boards, your number 2 qualifier. Aaron Steinke sits to his right. 959 cubic inches of Pat Musey power, a whole bunch of nitrous. That thing can haul the mail. He's dialed in at 614. Steinke lost his top to extra entry in round number 1, had some issues trying to keep it going here. He'll get at least one more shot at it. Mike Lucas is 2 thou red. Steinke, let's go 004, puts it dead on 3. How about 7 total when you didn't have to be? Aaron Steinke, filthy. That's your number 1 qualifier. Backing it up left-hand side, it's Kirk Lance. Hails from Mission, British Columbia, the 69 Camaro. He's going to dial it in to class minimum of 610. That'll put him on the chase. Going to try to run down Darren Williams, right-hand side, the 2016 Dodge Dart. Classic performance, commercial powertrain on board, VP Racing Fuels. Dials it in at 723. Has a whole lot of work to do at the top end. The win light's going to shine for Darren Williams. 004, 724 on the 723, 14 total, puts him there 69 thou. Kirk Lance missed it up front. He's 61 and then 2 above the number. To be 69 thou behind at the stripe, Darren Williams to round number 2. And that'll wrap up Top Sportsman. We were pretty fast and we were pretty loud. But now we're going to get really fast and really, really loud. Top alcohol classes coming at you next. So we'll send the track team back out there, get this thing tuned up, so we can send some cars down through here at around 280 miles an hour. It's a great time to grab a snack, grab a drink, stretch your legs. Just had me some bacon poutine.
These hands
Real
hold
nice.
a lot of trust. They keep engines running and tires turning. People depend on these hands, and these hands depend on Interstate. Interstate batteries, outrageously dependable.
Dubuque County Fair is about to get its face melted. 1 second.
I guess their faces are safe. This is the...
Shut up, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, shut up.
Shut up, Jeff. I don't need your help.
This is just like what happened in Pittsburgh. Never mention Pittsburgh!
When you need to be there, you need an Interstate, the car battery auto techs prefer.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You know, you kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
Well, as you guys heard, we're just taking a little break right now to get the track all prepped up for our fastest and loudest cars. That will be taking a pass down the strip today. Right here on this beautiful June 14th at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway. Here's some other neat things that are car related in one way or another that happened on June 14th. 1959, the Disneyland monorail opened the first daily operating monorail in the Western Hemisphere. It debuted in Anaheim, becoming one of the most recognizable examples of the 50s automotive-inspired futurism. The monorail with tail fins, chrome, and jet-age styling were at their peak, and the monorail embodied that optimistic design era. Now picture yourself in June 1967, the summer of the pony car. The first full summer of the new Chevy Camaro and Pontiac Firebird was underway. Dealerships and drive-ins across North America were packed with enthusiasts, comparing the latest pony cars to the already established Ford Mustang, helping define an entire generation of car culture. The Mustang, of course, debuting a few years earlier. GM said, "We like that. We think we could do something that could compete with it." So everybody knows what a Mustang is. The horse, of course. But someone asked General Motors, "What is a Camaro? What does Camaro mean?" And GM answered with, "A Camaro is a small, vicious animal that eats Mustangs." The Camaro, of course, not being the first performance vehicle, as the Corvette came out in '53. But the Corvette, and I won a bet off of this fact. A friend of mine said the Corvette's only ever come out with a V8. Untrue. The first Corvette in '53 was powered by a 235 cubic inch Blue Flame inline six and was only available with a 2-speed Power Glide automatic transmission. That was the only option in '53, and every '53 Corvette was polo white with a red interior and a black convertible top. Only 300 were built, making them some of the most collectible American cars ever produced. And that car came out on June 30th, 1953. So that's your this day in automotive history, or in this case, this month in automotive history. Track staff working hard to get the track nice and sticky for these high horsepower cars. So in the meantime, if you guys want to head down to the half-track snack shack, grab yourself something cold to drink. It is a hot one today. Currently, we're sitting at 27 degrees. Get yourself a burger, some chicken strips and fries, maybe a walking taco. Stay fed, stay hydrated. Just a few more minutes, we'll get going here, guys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, while everybody's getting ready to, get the track all prepared, you'll note that everybody's out there measuring the traction that's available on the starting line. That's what those little, I don't know what they call it, a grip-o-meter, I think is what it is. And with that, they will see how much traction they can pour to the car. What's going to hook at the most they can. Most of the teams will be up here in order to test everything out, make sure that they get the groove proper. Where's the best traction available? You'll see them checking further down the track also. Make sure the racers are getting their money's worth when it comes to putting the rubber to the road. Ladies and gentlemen, now's the time where we're going to light the fire. So would you please join with me in a brief prayer? Heavenly Father, I thank you so very much for such a beautiful day today. Lord, yesterday we lost one of our racing family members. He was at another racetrack down in the States. And I ask that you watch over his family and friends and give them comfort in their time of loss. Lord, I ask that you also watch over each and every person that steps foot on this facility, keeping them safe while we enjoy our sport of NHRA Lucas Oil drag racing here at Mission Raceway Park. This I pray in Jesus' name, amen. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise? And gentlemen, remove your hats. U.S. veterans, you do have the option of remaining covered while rendering a proper military salute while Sage Romas brings you the U.S. National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly screaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs burst in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing as Sage brings you the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we
So here we go. Top alcohol dragster, Mike Austin and Mitch Myers. Austin, left-hand side multi-time divisional winner. Picked one up last year down in Woodbrook. Myers sits to his right. Has 4 national event wins, your 2004 world champ. The injected nitro car. Mike Austin way out there. Gonna get the win light, 5:34 at 2:68. Myers laid on the tree, had some issues. Shuts it down, 7:13 at 1:34. Mike Austin, 9:24 to 60 feet. He was well over 217 miles an hour when he went past half track. And then lights the boards, 5:34 at 2:68. Pretty nice lap right there for Mike Austin. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. We will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Chris Demke and Mike Quayle coming at you next. Another matchup between a blown alcohol car and injected nitro. Demke backing it up left-hand side in the blown car. He's won 20 national events. He was the 2014 world champion. And that's a brand new hot rod for Chris Demke. Was laying down some really nice laps in testing. Really impressive short times when they're able to get that thing to hook up. Two completely different strategies here. Supercharger, a whole lot of RPMs, and a clutch pedal for Demke. Mike Quayle goes with the injected nitromethane combination. They don't leave quite as quick as the blown cars, but they build a whole lot of steam at the top end. Demke clears the pipes. He's into pre-stage, brings it up, and bumps it in. Big tire shake for Chris Demke. Tries to pedal through it, not gonna happen. Mike Quayle, 5:31 at 271 mile an hour to turn on the win light. And that's a 2-for-1 for Mike Quayle. That'll send him to the final round where he will face the winner of Mike Austin and the man sitting under the bridge right now, Sean Cowie. Super Pro, we'll take you to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, we will take you to staging lanes 1 and 2 at this time. And Sportsman Motorcycle, we will take you to lanes 5 and 6. So Super Pro to 1 and 2, Sportsman Motorcycle to 5 and 6. Getting that last pair of cars turned off the top end, a little bit of fresh water in the box. And they give the signal. The crew of Sean Cowie hooking it up. So that's Sean Cowie, your back-to-back reigning, defending world champion. That is the quickest and fastest supercharged top alcohol dragster in the world. And he set the record right here at Mission Raceway Park just last year. Number 1 on the wing. Conditions are prime here in the early afternoon in British Columbia for another monster run from that Mundy's Towing and Recovery team. Monster 60-foot times 517 at 279 miles an hour. 901 to the 60-foot. Sean Cowie absolutely flying. 225 to half track. How about it? Alcohol funny car. Shane Westerfield and Brian Howe. Westerfield racking it up left-hand side. The Take-Two machine to his right. Brian Howe finished number 2 in the world last year. And that is the record-holding top alcohol funny car. Reset his own record just this week right here at Mission. Rad Torque Systems, Ram Trucking, Oregon Motor Coach. From Junction City, Oregon. New combination for Brian Howe. Blower sticking out of both hoods. Going the injected route on the Cascade machine. Westerfield up on it. Howe bumps it in. Tree comes down. We're off off and running. Side by side all the way to the finish line, win light for Shane Westerfield. He was much better on the starting line, runs a quicker 5:46 to Brian Howe's 5:47. 266 mile an hour for Westerfield, 263 for Brian Howe. Heck of a drag race right there. So Shane Westerfield gonna pick up the trophy, gonna pick up the points here at the Divisional at Mission Raceway Park. How about a round of applause for all of our top alcohol competitors? Putting on an absolute show. Incrementals for Howe were better up front. He's 945 to 60. Westerfield 946. He's 244 to the 330. 246 for Westerfield. He's better to the 8, 361 to Westerfield's 362. All the way until the final marker.
Dubuque County Fair is about to get its face melted. 1 second.
I guess their faces are safe.
Shut up, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, shut up.
Shut up, Jeff. I don't need your help.
This is just like what happened in Pittsburgh. Never mention Pittsburgh!
When you need to be there, you need an Interstate, the car battery auto techs prefer.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
At Lordco Auto Parts, we're here to keep your world moving. From our fully stocked aisles to our friendly staff, we've got what you need for every project, big or small. Our team works hard to ensure that the right parts are ready when you need them. Whether you're tackling repairs at home or keeping your business running smoothly. With fast deliveries to local shops and expert advice, we're proud to be your trusted partner on the road ahead. Lordco Auto Parts, driven to keep you moving.
said it's not about the race.
Attention spectators, as our first two Super Pro cars pull into the burnout box. Just a heads up that our beer garden is now open. If you guys want to beat the heat with a nice cold beer, head on over to the beer gardens. Ron Fawcett in the 23T, the slightly altered car in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call, Sportsman Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle, this is your final call. Stock for round two. Stock, this is your first call to the staging lanes. Final call, Sportsman Motorcycle. Stock, this is your call to the staging lanes. We got John Tabak and his LS-powered 88 S10 in the left lane. John's going to be leaving first, and he leaves red. And in the win light over to Ron Fawcett. Ron Fawcett moving on in today's competition, putting down a decent time, 8:99 at 165 miles an hour on his 898 dial. We got Monty Beagle. Monty Beagle in the Lordco lane. Left lane, we have G. Van Brar. G. Van just recently licensed in that 2016 undercover dragster. Bumping the car into full stage. Couple of green lights. One of these cars much better off the line. Doesn't pay off though. G. Van Brar with a 794 will be moving on. $167 across the quarter mile trap. Monty Beagle leaving with a 003 reaction time, but couldn't quite do it. Paul Soares in the left lane, 95 Pontiac. He's down here from Terrace, BC. In the right lane, we have Aaron Young from Chetwynd, BC. That's a 2007 PSP dragster. Aaron's got a 598 big block Chevy. Thumping away behind her back. Paul Soares with an 812 dial. Aaron Young with a 777. Paul Soares with a better launch and lights up the win light. 814 on his 812 dial, 164 miles an hour through the traps. Right lane takes it 890 with a 02. 2 10,000ths off dial. We got Jamie Wellwood in the right lane in the 1932 Bantam. Lined up next to Craig Johnson in the 79 Malibu Wagon. Craig Johnson, the wheelie wagon, driving with Johnson's Custom Exhaust and BC's Scale Co. And Craig Johnson puts it down. Moving on today with a 1052 at a $1.18 on his 1051 dial. Now we have Lincoln Shirk, left lane, 2022 undercover dragster. That thing is powered by a 632 Chevy. Right lane, we have Doug Clausen in the 96 red Pontiac Grand Am. Doug Clausen with a 970 dial, Lincoln Shirk with a 769. Clean light for both drivers. Lincoln's on the chase and takes the win light with a 771 on his 769 dial. 168 miles per hour through the traps. Doug Clausen parking the Grand Prix, put down a 970 at a $1.39. But Doug Clausen's reaction time started with a 1, which puts him out of today's competition. We have Jim Benke in the left lane, the Barracuda, lined up next to Greg Doughty in the 2012 dragster. Jim Benke, 1010 dial, gonna leave first. Greg Doughty gonna get the green light. And off to chase him down. One of these drivers with a bit of a better reaction time, and it does pay off. Greg Doughty with an 809 at a $1.62. Jim Benke parking the Barracuda. Went a little bit too quick on that run. We got Jeremy Soares in the Cameron Dragster in the right lane, lined up next to Kevin McNichol in the red 1967 Nova. Kevin McNichol driving along with Rad Torque Systems. Dragster got off the line quicker and it paid off. 737 on his 736 dial. 177 miles per hour. Kevin McNichol stopped the timer at 987 at a $1.33. Wasn't quite enough to get it done. Martin Rochelle and Colton Morin now. Martin in the left lane. 1978 G-Body Malibu. 468 Chevy. Under that old school hood scoop, lined up next to Colton Morin's dragster, which is a 2007 Race Tech dragster powered by a 615 Chevy. 771 dial in the Lordco lane, TCS lane with a 1021. Martin Rochelle leaving first. Colton Morin gets the green light. Similar reaction times from both these drivers, and Colton Morin gets it with a 771 and a 3 on his 771 dial, crossing the stripe at 172 miles an hour. 7th thou margin between the two cars. Now we got Derek Shirk and Cade Shirk. Derek's in the left lane in that beautiful second-gen Camaro. Cade Shirk in the dragster in the Lordco lane. Cade Shirk does it. Parking the Camaro with a 773 at 159 miles an hour. Cade Shirk, the son, parking his dad's Camaro. Taking him out of competition in this class today. Warren Keene in the blue dragster in the tower lane, lined up next to Andy Hatton, the green Grinch machine. 69 Camaro with a 588 under that massive cowl induction hood. One of these drivers got off the line substantially quicker, and it definitely paid off. 909 at 145 miles an hour for the blue dragster. Blake Foster on the chase. Not quite enough, though. Chris Stone puts down an 874 at 150 miles an hour on his 870 dial. Got off the line with a 002 reaction time. Solid leave up front. Pretty much locked down the W for Chris on that one. Orange Seaweed Flames on a black hot rod. Absolute classic winning color combination. Sweet looking old school paint job on Ted Buss's 1934 Ford. Getting off the starting line with 28 thou. Putting down a 910 at a $142. And that'll do it for first round Super Pro ET. Moving on now, round one eliminations, Sportsman Motorcycle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, this is your call for round two. Round two, Super Street, come on down to the staging lanes. That's Super Street, we need you guys in the staging lanes. We got Dave Toth on the Kawasaki. 1500cc bike in the left lane, 855 up on the board. Cody Compton in the right lane. 2008 Suzuki. 1340cc unit there. He was the 2025 Division 6 Summit ET champ. One of these riders got off the line a little bit quicker, and it paid off. Cody Compton, 943 at $138. Miles Hauer on the Suzuki in the left lane. 1570 powered bike. Lined up next to Zach Toth in the Kawasaki. We got a 832 dial in the TCS lane, Lordco lane. We have an 862 dial. And after a cleaner leave, Zach Toth will be moving on. Putting down an 861, a double breakout. Zach Toth, the lesser offender. Crossing the stripe at 145 miles an hour. Now we're moving on to Steve Miller in the left lane. 06 Suzuki. 1441cc bike with that extended arm on the back. Riley Toth in the right lane. 2002 Kawasaki. 1500 cubic centimeter powered engine. Eighth hour reaction time off the starting line for Riley Toth, and he gets the win light on that one with an 875 at $139. Steve Miller putting down an 883 at 151. Not quite enough. Riley Toth moving on to the next round of eliminations. Well, spectators, if you've never seen a sled do a burnout before, now you've seen a snowmobile do a burnout. That's Doug Poirier in the Arctic Cat sled. 1000cc unit. Next to Al Omond. Kawasaki 1428cc. Doug Poirier on the Arctic Cat sled, taking out Al Amond, putting down a 976 at 122 miles an hour on that 975 dial. Now we have Jay Dudley, 05 Yamaha in the left lane, 998cc bike, lined up next to Lindsey Miller on the 2009 Kawasaki, 1400cc. A lot of clutch in the right lane, and that definitely worked in her favor. She's got that bike figured out. 927 with a 3 on her 927 dial-in. Through the trap at 141 miles per hour, Lindsay Miller will move on to race up against Cody Compton. Donald DePeel now in the left lane. 1974 Kawasaki lined up next to Cody Minor on the 86 Suzuki. Cody's here from Red Cliff, Alberta. He's got some help today from Stargate Technologies, IMEX RV, and Dave Toth. And he takes it. Cody Minor, 900, buck 48. On his 893 dial-in, Donald DePeel is out of today's competition. So Cody Minor will go on to face Riley Toth in Eliminations Round 2 for Sportsman Motorcycle. Shannon Frank in the left lane. 1000cc turbocharged Ski-Doo. Lined up next to Clayton Potter. 2012 Kawasaki in the right lane. Clayton Potter goes red and goes wheelie, a big wheelie. Had to get out of it, but he handed the win light over to Shannon Frank at the starting line. Shannon Frank with an 846 at 166 miles an hour. Shannon Frank next round paired up with Zach Toth. Adam Hetler now, 2007 Suzuki in the left lane, lined up next to Stephen Campbell. On the 83 Suzuki in the right lane. 1570cc unit. He's got an 813 dial-in next to Adam Hetler's 959. One of these riders, a little bit better off the line, worked in his favor. Double breakout, Adam Hetler takes the win light on that one with a 957 at a buck 39. Adam Hetler. Moving on next round, lined up next to Doug Poirier. And that's a wrap for our Sportsman Motorcycle, round 1. You got a little bit of stock eliminator action coming up next for their second round of eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street. Come on down, guys. Super Street. If you're not here, you're late. Come on down to the staging lane, Super Street.
All right, round number 2, stock eliminator. Cody Lane gonna get the single right here. The factory B stock, 2018 Copo Camaro, world champ just a couple years ago. Big buttery wheel stand from Cody Lane. He throws a 10 flat on the board. He lets go 19 on the tree. And then 904 at 137 mile an hour. Barry Shays Green and Clarence Bidniak now. The B-Stock Automatic 70 Plymouth Roadrunner from Edmonton, Alberta, right-hand side, looking over at Barry Shays Green, the factory B-Stock Camaro. Shays Green's on the chase, 909 on the dial board, 1030 the number for Clarence Bidniak. Shays Green did a little bit of shuffling in qualifying yesterday to get where he wanted to be on the ladder for round number 1, trying to keep it rolling here. On the chase, and with a little bit of work to do, Bidniak better up front, but the win light's gonna go to Barry Shays Green. 56 on the tree, and then 920 at 128 on the 909 dial. Gets there first by 63 thou. Super Comp round number 2. Super Comp round number 2 will take you to the lanes. John Pazinski and Pete Oliviero. Oliviero in the left, he'll leave first out 13-19. 1091 on the boards for the 70 CUDA of Pazinski. And Pete Oliviero turns it 23 thou red. So the win light comes on for John Pazinski. Tough break for Pete right there as Bruce Flodine and Brian Thompson come to the line. The wild sounding Q-Stock Automatic 95 Dakota of Bruce Flodine, right-hand side, will get to leave first. 1314 the dial. The P-Stock Automatic rag top Fox body of Thompson, left-hand side, dials in at 1297. Once again, Super Comp, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, we'll take you to the lanes. We've got 2 green lights, wheeling them down there to the finish line. Thompson trying to put it ahead of Flodine. And he's gonna get it done. Bruce was super late on the tree, unfortunately. Thompson, 41 up front, and then 13, 10, and 85 puts him there by over 0.2 of a second. So Brian Thompson's headed to round number 3 as Brad Burton and Derek Johnstone come to the line. Burton, right-hand side, the 72 Formula D-Stock Automatic Firebird, and he's a 2-time world champ. Johnstone from Cloverdale, British Columbia. A whole lot of ragtop right there, the Q-Stock Automatic Impala. Brad Burton showing a lot of patience right there, putting it on the bumper and running down Derek Johnstone. Pulls up alongside him at 1,000 feet and turns on the win light. He was 8 thou behind when he went past the Christmas tree. Is able to drive it around Johnstone. 10:57 at 1:15 puts him there first by 25 thou. Johnstone, 14 up front and then 13:29 on the 24 dial. Not gonna get it done. The Pacific Northwest legend Jody Lang, right-hand side, will be on the chase. The 81 Malibu wagon out of Puyallup, Washington. Mantle, the 77 Pacer, dialed 1470. 3-second wait time from Jody Lang. The Pacer way down track. Jody Lang had the advantage on the starting line, but the win light's gonna shine for James Mantle. Mantle, 48, and then 1472 on the 70 dial, puts him there 14 thou ahead of Lang. Jody had him doubled up, and then puts it 6 above the number at 100 mile an hour to hand it over to Mantle. Steve Hahn and Rick Green now. The O-Stock Automatic 95 Mustang GT of Rick Green will leave first. He's dialed 1245. Steve Hahn, the B-Stock 70 CUDA dialed 1035. Tree fires. We've got 2 green lights, and Steve Hahn is on the charge. Rick Green trying to keep it out in front. Can he do it? Yes. How about 14 and dead on 4? 12:45 with a 4 at 1:02. Locks out Steve Hahn, who was 33 on the reaction time and had no chance to win the race.
Hell of a round for the slow cars. Slower cars. John. Number.
So that'll close out round number 2, stock eliminator. 2 for 1 for Brian Thompson. Will send him to the semifinals. It'll be Cody Lane and Rick Green, John Bazinski and James Mantle, and Brad Burton and Barry Shaysgreen.
These hands hold a lot of trust. They keep engines running and tires turning. People depend on these hands, and these hands depend on Interstate. Interstate batteries, outrageously dependable.
These shocks have really impressed me. First of all, the clearance. I didn't expect it to be that good. I feel like I'm actually driving a truck. The suspension has made a huge difference for off-roading. I feel like with these shocks, I can go anywhere, and I'm really excited to go venture out and do some trails that I was maybe not so sure about before. I feel like now I can go anywhere and do anything.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Calling Super Comp to the staging lanes. Super Comp, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Track team, just giving the track a quick drag. Then we'll be moving on to round 2 eliminations for the Super Street class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp should be on your way down here. We are calling for Super Stock now. Calling Super Stock to the staging lanes. That's Super Stock. First pair Super Street. Pull into the burnout box right now. Larry Minor. Larry Minor in the left lane. Blue and silver 69 Camaro. 2012 Super Street Divisional champion. 2013 Northwest Nationals winner. Line up next to Rob Zerbrug in the right lane. 68 Chevy 2, or Chevy Nova, the last year of the Chevy 2. He's got a 565 under the hood of that car. Larry Minor will be moving on no matter what he does. No matter what he does, Rob Zerbrug handing him the win light at the starting line. Going red by 14 thou. Larry Minor with a clean leave off the line. 29 thou with a green light. Puts down a 1092 at a $146. Herman Chan now in the Camaro in the left lane. 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. He's driving along with Lordco Auto Parts. And Steve Veach in the right lane. Here from Courtney, British Columbia, and that 72 blue Duster. Herman Chan, a little bit better off the line, and it paid off at the finish line. 1091 at 128 miles an hour. Herman Chan be moving on to the next round of eliminations. Now we have Kerry Huber from Tacoma, Washington in the red 1970 Nova in the left lane. Fred Hoffman in the right lane in the 67 Camaro. Fred Hoffman, no stranger to a win light, national event winner. 6-time track champion, National Open winner, 3-time king of the track. That guy needs a trophy room for his trophy room. Fred Hoffman does it with a 1091. Moving on, 130 miles per hour through the quarter-mile trap. Dustin Ward now in the 67 Dart in the left lane here out of Renton, Washington. 2024 Div 6 Super Street champion. Lined up next to Matt Kielman in the black Nova in the right lane. Matt Kielman leaving early by 11 thou. Dustin Ward clean off the launch. Putting down a 1085 at a $135. Zachary Zerbrug in a beautiful 1968 Camaro in the left lane. Lined up next to Gary Erickson's Ford Probe. Both cars, both drivers from Washington. Bremerton, Washington, left lane. Vancouver in the right lane. Zachary Zerbrug, 2026 Pro Track champ in Bremerton. 2026 Pro ET Finals team winner. Right lane gets it. Solid run for Gary Erickson in the probe. A 1090 with a 1. 2 thou between those two cars at the finish line. Gary Erickson off dial by 1 thou. Solid run there. Tony Hopkins now, Snohomish, Washington. Driving the coral and gray two-tone 55 in the left lane. Alan Macham from Everett in the right lane in the 67 Nova. Just went red, handing the win light over to Tony at the starting line. Tony moving on to next round of eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super stock, we need you guys in the staging lanes. Come on down, super stock, we need you guys in the staging lanes. Aaron Durham in the silver bullet in the left lane. 1969 Nova. Lined up next to Jess Dale. Out of Bonnie, Washington. In the 1970 Dart. And Jess Dale gets handed the win light at the starting line. Both cars went red. Jess went red by a little bit less, putting down a 1093 at a $146. Jess Dale will be lined up next to Gary Erickson in the next round of eliminations. And that will put us from Super Street to Super Comp. Super Comp eliminations round 2. Mark Gillespie in the left lane. Justin Bond in the Lordco lane. Mark Gillespie puts it down with an 890 on the 890 index. 890 with a 9 at 177 miles per hour. Emmett McKillop in the left lane. In the 2024 Diamond Dragster, lined up next to Danny Hodder out of Renton, Washington. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Round 2 top dragster. We're going to start calling you guys to the staging lanes. Round 2 for top dragster to the staging lanes. Emmett McKillop. 6th thou off the starting line. Runs an 894 at 169 miles an hour. 894 on that 890 index. Pretty good. Dylan Howe, Junction City, Oregon. In that 2019 dragster in the left lane. Black car in the right lane, driven by Randy Beck from Tacoma. Dylan Howe driving with Cascade Trailer Sales, Oregon Motor Coach Center, and Justin Lamb Racing. Randy Beck, the 2018 Division 6 Super Comp champ. Doesn't light up the win light today, though. Dylan Howe moving on. Dylan had a ton of work getting 046 off the light. Randy Beck with a 009. But Dylan put in the work, and he did it with an 891 at 169 miles per hour. Now we have Blue Hayball in the left lane from Idaho, and Tori Lee from Arizona in the dragster in the Lordco lane. Tori Lee, 3-time Division 6 Super Comp champ. And Tori Lee gets the win light at the starting line. Blue Hayball leaving early by 1 thou. Tori Lee running an 890 with a 9. At any rate, tough run to beat with that one. No matter what happened at the starting line. Now we have Greg Taylor from Olympia, Washington. Powerlines dragster in the tower lane. Greg Taylor going to be making a pass against Stephen Horton. Win light for the Lordco lane of Stephen Horton. Knocking Greg Taylor out of today's competition. Steve Horton running a 892 at 158 miles per hour. Couple more 890 dragsters pulling up. So in this index race, these cars are going to try to get to the end of the track as quick as they can without breaking out the 890 mark. Unless both drivers do, of course. Whoever gets closer to the 890 is the winner. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top dragster, you've been called. Come on down to these staging lanes. Top dragster, we need you guys in the staging lanes. Mark Loftus in the TCS lane puts down an 890 with a 6 at 165 mile per hour. 2 thou margin between those two cars. We got Emily Gerard in the black Rad Torque Systems dragster in the left lane, lined up next to Chris Cannon, 63 Corvette in the right lane. Bright orange Roadster Corvette. T2 car with a 615 Chevy sitting underneath that hood scoop. One of these drivers with quite a nice reaction time, and it does pay off for Chris Cannon, getting off the line with 8 thou, putting down an 891 on that 890 index. 169 miles per hour through the quarter-mile trap. And that's a wrap. That's a wrap for our Super Comp, round 2 of eliminations. Track crew just making sure we're good to go to bring out Super Stock for Super Stock Elimination Round 2.
Well, 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 what a beauty day we've got on our hands here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Round 2 of Superstock coming at us. William Bushmaker and Troy Olsenowski. Behind the wheel, the blue wagon in the right-hand lane. He's dialed in at 1164. Bushmaker going to spot him by about a half a second on the starting line. Well, a couple of very competitive reaction times start off this first pair. Wow, these guys are going for it. Look at Olsenowski taking the stripe by 1/10,000th of a second to get there first, to go dead on the 1164 dial with a 6. And this is after being 011 on the starting line. William Bushmaker was ready to go as he bettered Troy on the starting line. He was double 09, then goes dead on with an 8 to get there second. Once again, the difference at the stripe, 1/10,000th of a second. We'll make another call for Top Dragster. Top Dragster. We need Top Dragster to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster, we need you now. Ty Gaynor gets the win here in round number 2. The real Dougal Thomas turned it red by 27 thou. Gaynor was very solid with a 17 light. Then on what was essentially a time trial here in round 2, ran it out with 9:18 on the 9:15. If he ran it out. Now Rick McKinney and Brad Burton. McKinney picking up the big win on Friday. Looking to extend his streak. He's got a tough customer in the left lane. But he gets it done. Rick McKinney, one above, 1049 on the 1048 dial. Had the reaction time advantage on the starting line by 25 thousandths. So essentially, if he takes the stripe by 25 or less, that would pretty much guarantee him the win, and he took the stripe by 21 thou. So Rick McKinney will be back for round number 3. Now Nick Shepard and Rod Stultz. So Nick Shepard, tower side in the little Chevrolet Cavalier. Struggled with this car for a lot of the weekend, but things finally came around in round one, and here he is in round two. Shepard dialed in 939, left-hand side of your racetrack. Rod Stultz predicts 1010 behind the wheel of the S10. Well, somebody was 003. It was not your winner. Nick Shepard gets it done. Was behind by 20 on the starting line. Watches Rod Stultz take the stripe, says, no, I want no part of this. Gets on the brake pedal down to 132 and turning on the win light. And now Oliver Baxter. Tower side. Got the bye run here in round number 2. GTL car rolling through the gears in the 1985 Monte Carlo. And that is going to put round 2 of Superstock in the books. So we're going to go ahead and make the call now for Comp Eliminator. Competition Eliminator. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need Competition Eliminator to the lanes, please. One more time. Comp Eliminator. This is your call to the lanes. So we're down to 5 cars. Troy Olsenowski with the bye at 5 cars. Following that, he's going to face either Oliver Baxter or Ty Gaynor, whoever gets around the other. And Nick Shepard will take on Rick McKinney for a bye into the final round. A ladder full of buys. 17 cars on the sheet. Well, mathematically, that means we're going to see a buy in every round.
Dubuque County Fair is about to get its face melted.
1 second. I guess their faces are safe.
Shut up, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, shut up.
Shut up, Jeff. I don't need your help.
This is just like what happened in Pittsburgh. Never mention Pittsburgh!
When you need to be there, you need an Interstate, the car battery auto techs prefer.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
Hey racers, listen up. Larice Motorsports Insurance is changing the game, bringing the first insurance policy designed for racers by racers. With over 80 years in the insurance industry and more than 60 years of drag racing experience, the Larice family knows exactly what you need. Their policy provides broad coverage and fills the gaps that other companies leave behind. Join the countless racers across the U.S. who trust Larice Motorsports Insurance to protect their investments. Call today and let their expert staff and claims team keep you covered so you can focus on winning. Here comes round number 2 of Top Dragster. Top Dragster again brought to us by Rad Torque Systems. Dan Rodrigue and Justin Dohanik now. Dohanik is in the right lane. Couple of white dragsters. So it's Rodrigue and Dohanek. Dohanek in the right lane, working on a 690. He's got the win light. Taking 9 thou at the stripe to be 4 above. 694 on the 690. Justin Dohanek, let's go 6 thou. That definitely works. Attention in the pits. We'll make another call for Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator, we're looking for you guys in the staging lanes. And we'll make a call now for Junior Thunder. That is Junior Thunder. Junior Thunder only. So once again, Junior Thunder, this is your call to the lanes, and we are looking for Comp Eliminator in the lanes. Clint Geisey and Derek Shirk now. Geisey in the right lane. Got the nitrous purged. Dialed 674. Shirk over here, left side. Dialed in at 670. Getting chased. Had the starting line advantage and gets it done. How about that? 002, take 001. That'll guarantee you the win light almost every time. Now Jeffrey Havens and Cooper Chun. Cooper Chun in the right lane. Super Cooper dialed 756. As is almost always the case, he's going to be the chasee. Jeffrey Havens will be the chaser, dialed in at 722. Chun turns it red by 4 10,000ths of a second. Havens puts it dead on with a 3 on the freebie. Now Benji Martin and Chris Barton. Here's our 2 for 1. This is for a bye. Chris Barton dialed 665. Benji Martin dialed 677. 12/100ths of a second will be the handicap start for Benji Martin in the left lane. Attention in the pits, Super Gas. Super Gas, this is your call to staging. We need Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas to the staging lanes. One more time, Super Gas. This is your call to the lanes. Benji Martin, left side, should lead first. Barton seemingly threw it in there kind of deep. Well, Barton was way late. Benji Martin is moving on. 683 on the 677. Good enough to get it done. 2 more coming at you.
Justin Bond and Megan Lee Gaynor now. Megan, right-hand side, the 2024 Race Tech machine. She'll be on the chase, dialed 669. Justin, left-hand side, the 21 Miller, the blown 632, sitting behind the cage, dials it up 696. Megan Gaynor's 5 thou red, so Justin Bond will head to the next round where he will face Derek Shirk. The winner of that round will face Benji Martin in the semifinal. He's on the single next round. Ty Gaynor and Brad Powell looking for a date with Justin Dohanick in the quarters. So Ty Gaynor and Brad Powell complete the burnouts. Gaynor's in the left, dialed 752. He'll get the jump. The Sun Auto Tire and Service Machine, Powell from Linden, Washington. The 2010 TNT Hot Rod dials it up 729. Ty Gaynor out front, Brad Powell in a big hole that he's not going to get out of. Ty Gaynor, 19 up front, gets there first by 23 thou, 758 at 170 on the 52 dial. Powell, let's go 59. And then 733 at 179 to put him 23 thou behind at the finish line. So Ty Gaynor will meet up with Justin Dalhanick, Justin Bond, and Derek Shirk. And then William Oliver on the single here will meet up with Jeffrey Havens. So William Oliver and team trying everything they can to get that hot rod started. He was on a single, but you must take the tree for it to be a valid round. Unable to get the car fired and entered to the staging beams under its own power. So that'll end their day. Super gas, we will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Super gas, we will take you to the lanes at this time. And Junior Thunder, if you're not there, we need you as well. Junior Thunder, if we're not there, please start making your way this way. So we move into comp eliminator. So Dean Carter able to roll up and take the beams the second time in a row. First round, his competitor couldn't make the call. So he took the tree, backed it out, gets the automatic win. But that was a 2-for-1 round. So he got another single there to put him into the semifinals. Comp eliminator. An index class, but no breakouts. The index will determine the staggered start in this class unless you have a heads up, which is exactly what we have right here. 2 A Econo Altereds of Cody Lane and Ralph Van Papigan. RVP backing it up right-hand side out of Garden City, Idaho. We've been racing in the NHRA for 75 years, and Ralph's been racing for over 65 of them. To his left sits the 6-time division champ and former world champ, Cody Lane. Right trailer's on board for Cody, coming out of Seattle, Washington. Both of these cars have a whole lot of performance. Tree fires, we're off and away, clean and green. Ralph has to pedal it a little bit. Can he get back around Cody Lane? No. Fourth out separated him on the starting line. Advantage to Cody Lane. He gets there first by over a 10. 763 at 137 miles an hour. Van Papigan, 776 at 167. Puts him 1200ths behind at the stripe. Cody Lane, on a 2-for-1, will have a bye to the final round. Super Gas, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, we will take you to the lanes. No, he will not have a bye to the final round, excuse me. Yes, he will. We got so many ladders up here. This is Ryan Warder and Anthony Schmiedel. Schmiedel was your #1 qualifier. Another A Econo Altered out of Regina, Saskatchewan. 785 the index. 910 for Ryan Warder. The E Super Modified is going to the next round. Anthony Schmiedel was really red. Warder was tuned up, 006, shuts it down, 1056 at 93 mile an hour. So Ryan Warder will face Dean Carter in the semifinal. The winner of that round will face Cody Lane for all the marbles in Comp Eliminator. So to you fans in the stand wondering about the top alcohol, we've got them rolling to the staging lane. So it's going to get fast and loud here real soon. We're going to kick things off with Junior Thunder.
Kicking us off with Junior Thunder. And the only race in this rotation. Jackson White and Wesley Armstrong. Jackson White in the Hulk machine in the left lane. He's got some help from Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Walco, Lordco, and TNT. 14-15 up on the board in the TCS lane. Wesley Armstrong in the right lane, Armstrong Family Racing, 890 up on the board. So Jackson White's going to be taking off early, getting the early green light, and Wesley Armstrong's going to get the green and try to chase him down. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro ET to lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro ET to lanes 1 and 2 for round 2 eliminations. And we got the green light for Wesley Armstrong. 893 for Wesley Armstrong, lighting up the win light there. Crossing the 8th mile at 68 miles an hour. So Wesley Armstrong will be going up into the final for Junior Thunder. And for the final Junior Thunder race, in this rotation, we have Danica Harder in the left lane out of Abbotsford, BC. Danica driving a 2005 Creative Junior Dragster. She's got some help today from Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. 1200 up on the board. Lined up next to Pearson Mass. Pearson Mass, New Elevation Civil Construction. 1190 up on the Lordco board. And Danica Harder goes red. Pearson Mass with a clean leave off the starting line, so that guarantees Pearson Mass to move on up against Wesley Armstrong for the Junior Thunder final. Oh, my mistake. They will move on to the semifinal. This is Cadence Rodriguez in the left lane, 2006 Creative. 897 up on the board. Kiera Harder in the right lane. 2005 Creative Dragster. Kiera Harder with Anderson A1 Auto House and Elevation Real Estate. Kiera Harder with a 1230 dial, so she'll be leaving first, getting the first green light, and then Cadence Rodriguez will get the green light and try to chase down Kiera. And it will be Cadence Rodrigue running a 900 on Cadence's 897 dial-in, 70 miles per hour across the finish line. So Cadence Rodrigue will be running up next to Pearson Mass in the next round of eliminations, the semifinal for Junior Thunder. Well, spectators, it's 1:55 p.m. If you haven't had lunch yet, head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. They always got some good food down there. Get yourselves a bacon cheeseburger, chicken strips and fries, maybe something cold to drink. It is a warm one today. Currently, we're sitting at 36 degrees Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit. I believe the special on this weekend is the walking taco. Some nacho tortilla chips, some taco meat, veggies, all the taco fixins in a bag that you can carry around with you and eat with a fork. So if you haven't had lunch yet, head on down there, grab yourself a bite to eat. Always good food at the Half Track Snack Shack. Also, the Pro Shop across the way, right next to the Half Track Snack Shack, has some pretty awesome t-shirts from this weekend. This event's t-shirts are available, as well as last year's events, former events, which are at quite a steep discount, $40 for a hoodie, $15 for a t-shirt, and lots of other cool stuff you can get there. Model cars, stickers. It's a cool place to just go check out. Coming up next, we got Super Gas. Super Gas pulling up for round 2 of their eliminations on this competition today. Just giving the track a quick spray down, making sure the track conditions are perfect for our next group of cars that are going to be making some passes on the River Valley Ford drag strip right here at Mission Raceway. River Valley Ford, Mission's only Ford dealership serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location. It's a single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. From daily drivers to Super Duty tow rigs, River Valley Ford in Mission is the Fraser Valley's one-stop Ford headquarters, sales, service, fleet trucks, and the parts to keep you moving all season long. And if you guys are in the market for a new people mover, next to the grandstands, next to the tower, we got 2 new Fords. We have an Explorer and a new Bronco. Really love the styling of the new Bronco. Definitely taking some styling cues from the old school Broncos. The one next to the tower is a really nice gray color. So if you guys are in the market for something like that, come on down, have a look at these cars. They're parked there. They're brand new. Just a few more minutes now, and we will be moving on with the Super Gas cars. Attention pits, tension in the pits, Pro ET. This is your last call to the staging lanes. Pro ET, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Come on down, Pro ET racers. Attention pits, top sportsmen specifically. This is your call for round 2 eliminations. Top sportsman round 2. Come on down to the staging lanes, guys. Couple gorgeous Corvettes pulling into the burnout box right now. Ed Hutchinson, the left lane. He's over from the island. Victoria, BC. And we got Sandy Bracy Nero in the right lane from Aurora, Oregon in that 63 Corvette. Corvette Roadsters, definitely a popular body in the super gas class. One of these cars with a much cleaner launch, and it does pay off for Sandy Bracy Nero. She will be moving on. 998 on the 990 index. Through the traps at 163 miles per hour. Now we have Chris Cannon in the left lane in that 63 Corvette. That C2 is powered by a 615 V8 motor sitting underneath that big old hood scoop. In the right lane, Joshua Meloff out of Maple Ridge, BC in the 57 Corvette. Deep dark color on that car. Feels like you could jump in and take a swim. Cars taking their time to get fully staged here at the starting line. Joshua Meloff inches in first. Clean launch for both the drivers. And it is Joshua Meloff who takes it. Both drivers broke out. Joshua Meloff by a little bit less, 989 with a 2 on the 990 dial. 7th thou off dial, 158 miles per hour through the traps. Now we have Glenn Ingledon, that beautiful purpled 69 Corvette in the left lane. He's here out of Surrey. Lined up next to Todd Sims from Puyallup in Washington, 1991 Pro. Todd Sims driving with Puget Sound Petroleum, Roberts floor covering, Cindy Sims Aflac Fuel Factory. And he gets the green light, the wind light. The 996 run at 149 miles per hour. Knocking Glenn Ingledon's Corvette out of today's competition for Supergas. Keith Peterson up next in the 08 Mustang, powered by a 605 Ford. Keith wanted to say thanks, Mom and Dad. He's here from Grand Prairie, Alberta, lined up next to Cooper Chun in the white Corvette Roadster in the right lane. Cooper's up from Vancouver, Washington. And one of these drivers with a very nice reaction time off the line, but it does not pay off in his favor. Cooper Chun running a 987 on the 990 dial. Both cars broke out. Keith Peterson broke out by a little bit more, though, and is out of today's competition. Cooper Chun will be moving on. Kirk Lands up next, Mission BC guy. In the left lane, that 68 Camaro Roadster. Lined up next to Kevin Griffith's 23 Red Roadster in the Lordco lane. 004 up front for Kevin Griffiths, but it did not work out in his favor. Kirk Lands with a 990 with a 1 on that 990 index. 165 miles an hour through the traps at the quarter mile. And for a bye run, a solo run for Steve Lowe. Competition single. 1992 Firebird in the right lane. And Steve Lowe leaves a little bit early. Leaving early by 2 hundo. Putting down a 10:01 at 141 miles an hour. Gonna take a quick little break here for some track prep.
These hands hold a lot of trust. They keep engines running and tires turning. People depend on these hands, and these hands depend on Interstate. Interstate batteries, outrageously dependable.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor, and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them, and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You know, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
Here we go with top alcohol dragster. It's Mike Quayle. By way of the ladder, he finds himself with a single. Straight to the final round. Injected nitro car. So the win light will come on no matter what. But even though there's nobody in the other lanes, they want to make a good run here. They want to get good data and lay down a pass, give them all the information they need to get set up for the finals, where they'll face the winner of Sean Cowie and Mike Austin. Front 970 to the 60 foot and 270 miles an hour for Mike Quayle. Trips the beams at 5.31 seconds. Pretty good lick right there for Mike Quayle and the team. Got a little bracket car. So Mike Quayle to the final round, where he will face the winner of this pair right here. Mike Austin took out Mitch Myers first round with a 5.34. So that 5.31 of Mike Quayle would put him in a decent spot if he was racing Mike Austin and Mike Austin was on another 34. He'd have a little bit of work to do if he were to face Sean Cowie, who laid down a 5.17 at 280 miles an hour. Mike Austin clicks it into reverse first. He's backing it up right-hand side. He's out of Medford, Oregon, the 2010 Division 6 champ. Two-time driver of the year. And Sean Cowie, your reigning, defending, back-to-back world champion, the Mundy's Towing and Recovery Machine. There's not a single blown alcohol dragster that's quicker or faster than that one right there. Mike Austin straight into pre-stage. Cowie follows him in. They bring up the RPMs and bump him into the beams. We're both in. And Mike Austin's 21 thou red win light shines for Sean Cowie. 5.22 at 277 miles an hour. And Sean Cowie just booked a ticket to the finals to take on Mike Quayle. 925 to 60 foot, 223 miles an hour at the 8th mile. 9:58 short time for Austin, 2:16 at half track, and then 5:74 at 191 off the gas. And that'll close out the semifinals of Top Alcohol Dragster. Your final is set. Summit Pro ET competitors in the staging lanes. And they're up next. Pretty unique opportunity out here on the West Coast in divisional competition where your pro and super pro ET racers get a chance to race at the divisional events for a Wally that looks just like the rest of them. Get very few chances in these two classes to race for a Wally throughout the year. Specialty events at your home track. If you're lucky enough to make it to the ET finals. And then, of course, if you're lucky enough from there to make it to the World Championships in Las Vegas. The other opportunities at divisional competition. So just want to remind folks, if you got into the money at the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals on Friday afternoon, and you haven't came to the second floor of the tower to pick up your check, you should do it because they're waiting for you, filled out, ready to go. So before you head out today, and you know you're in the money, or even if you think you're in the money, come to the second floor of the tower. They'll get you paid.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman Motorcycle, your call to the staging lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle, come on down to the staging lanes for round 2 of your eliminations. First pair of pro cars about to head down the strip right now. Brendan Piskacek in the left lane. 1990 Fox Body hatchback Mustang. He's got a 306 pulling that thing down the track. Leaving first. Leaving next is Tyson Lowe in the 84 third gen Camaro. 5.7 powered car. Stopping the timer. First is Brendan Piskacek with a 1344. On his 1333 dial-in, Brendan Piskacek moving on to the next round. John Tabak in the left lane, 88 S10. The Rad Torque black truck in the tower lane next to Jessica Armstrong in the 1975 Dodge Dart in the right lane. Jessica leaving first with a 1330 dial. And off John Tabak goes to chase her down. Very similar reaction times from both drivers here, and John takes it with a 1058 on his 1054 dial. Buck 13 across the quarter mile. Now we have Cassie Tippy in the Patina wagon, 65 Nova wagon. 383 powered car. Lined up next to Steve Baskerville's Volkswagen Golf R. Steve Baskerville, little bit of a stumble off the starting line, making it easy for Cassie Tippy there. Cassie will be moving on, putting down an 1161 on her 1154 dial. Now we have Chris Stone with Stone Cold Racing, 1968 Dodge Dart, black car in the tower lane. Lined up next to Lance DeSillets, 81 Chevy Malibu, here from Tofino. And that Malibu gets off the line too quickly, handing the win light over to Chris Stone at the starting line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro 1 and 2. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. That's Super Pro, your call to the staging lanes, number 1 and 2. Thank you. We got Craig Johnson in the left lane in that 79 Malibu wagon. Pulling up to the starting line, next to Doug Klassen in the right lane in the 1996 red Pontiac Grand Am. Craig Johnson will be on a wheels up leave first, getting the first green light. And Craig Johnson does it. Putting down a 1055 on his 1054 dial-in. Through the traps at 118 miles per hour. Doug Clausen with a 976 on the 991. Not quite enough to move on to round 3 for Pro ET. Up next, we got round 2. Elimination round for top sportsmen. First top sportsman car in the burnout box right now, that beautiful 55 Chevy Bel Air. Two-tone blue and gray with the windshield side of that roof chopped down extra low. to slip through the air on his pass on this drag strip right here in Mission, BC. Up next is Jeremy Waterman and that very loud flamed out paint job on that Pontiac Grand Am. Jeremy Waterman here up from Harrow, Washington. Paul Soares getting his tires nice and cooked up in the Bel Air. He's down from Terrace. 754 dial for the Bel Air in the right lane. 724 for Jeremy Waterman. Four bulbs lit, wait for the green. Jeremy Waterman leaving early by 1 thou, handing the win light over to Paul Soares at the starting line. Paul Soares putting down a 7:55 at 181 miles an hour. Moving on to elimination round 3 in this top sportsman class. Ken Orser out of Abbotsford, BC in the left lane. The TCS GTO. He's got some help and support from TCS. JS Power Sports, Race Engine Assembly, lined up next to Brody Soares out of Terrace, BC in the Burgundy Metallic Cavalier. Brody Soares, a little bit of a stumble off the line. Ken Orser also leaving early. Ken Orser takes it though. Left a little bit less early. Ran an 8:19 at a $1.29. Brody Soares with some big troubles on that run. 11:94 at 71 miles an hour. Shut it down way early. Attention pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro and Motorcycle. Motorcycle and Super Pro ET. This is your final call to the staging lanes. If you guys aren't down here, you should be. Scott Robinson now in the tower lane in that Beretta. He's here from Chilliwack in the Rad Torque Systems car. Lined up next to Bill King in the Cavalier. Both cars going red off the starting line. Bill King going red by only 6/10,000ths of a second. So he gets the win on that one. 6:64 with a 2 on that run at 209 miles an hour. Scott Robinson will not be moving on in today's competition. Darren Williams out of Calgary, Alberta. 2016 Dodge Dart. He's got some help today from Classic Performance Commercial Powertrain, Legacy Speed and Body, VP Racing Fuels, and South Trail Chrysler, Calgary. 37th Thou up front, crossing the finish line with 724 on his 723 dial. Buck 91 through the traps. And that'll move us into Top Sportsman. Benji Martin, blue 68 Camaro, here from Washington. Will Zachametz in the right lane, 69 Camaro, the white car, the Yenko SC car. 2024 Div Champ, 2024 Vegas Divisional Phoenix National Finalist. Benji Martin got off the line super quick with 4th Thou, but had to shut it down immediately. Will Yakimetz putting down a 657, lighting up the win light on his 655. Through the traps at 193 mile per hour. Tommy Gaynor now, left lane in that beautiful 67 Chevy 2. Lined up next to Aaron Steinke in the right lane. Pretty wild looking paint job on that 68 Camaro. Steinke's car, powered by a massive 959 cubic inch V8. Got two cars here with the same engine, same paint scheme. Steinke on an absolute rip. Puts down a 618 with a 2 on the 618 dial. Tommy Gaynor left with a 002 reaction time, so Aaron had a bit of work to do, leaving with a 017 reaction time at the starting line. But he managed to make it happen. Make it happen he did. 5 Thou margin between those two cars. He was only 2 Thou off his dial, and that is a wrap. For elimination round 2 for Top Sportsman, we are moving on to Sportsman Motorcycle now for their second round of eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stock and super stock. Stock and super stock. This is your call to the staging lanes for your round 3 eliminations. That's stock and super stock. Come on down to the staging lanes for round 3 eliminations. We got Shannon Frank on the Ski-Doo in the left lane. 1000cc turbo sled in a color that is definitely tough to ignore. Zach Toth in the right lane. Kawasaki motorcycle 1500cc powered bike. One of these riders getting off the line with a much quicker reaction time, and it pays off for Zach Toth. Parking Shannon's sled with that run, 867 on his 861 dial-in. Through the trap at 147 miles an hour. Zach Toth moving on to elimination round 3. We got Cody Miner now in the left lane out of Red Cliff, Alberta. Black bike with the pink flames is a 86 Suzuki. He's riding along with Stargate Technologies, IMX RV, and Dave Toth. Riley Toth in the right lane on the 02 Kawasaki 1500cc bike. Tidy reaction time from one of these riders, and it pays off for Riley Toth. 16th out up front, 881 on the 872 dial, 128 miles per hour across the finish line. Cody Minor out of the competition for today. And Adam Hetler on the 07 Suzuki in the left lane, next to the Arctic Cat sled of Doug Poirier. 1000cc sled in the right lane. And Adam Hetler takes it with a 9:59 at 139 miles an hour. Doug Poirier running a little bit too fast. 700ths too fast. Now we got Lindsey Miller in the left lane. Motorcycle champ. 2009 Kawasaki 1400. Lined up next to Cody Compton in the right lane. 08 Suzuki 1340cc bike. He is the 2025 Division 6 Summit ET champ. With a 943 dial, so he's going to get the green light just before Lindsay does. Four staging bulbs lit, waiting for the green light. One of these riders with a really nice reaction time, and it pays off for Cody Compton in the right lane. 946 on his 943 dial. Crossing the stripe at 136 miles an hour. 7th thou up front, next to Lindsey Miller's 43 thou off the line. She had a lot of work to do and couldn't get it done in the quarter mile. So, that puts Cody Compton next to Adam Hetler in the next round 3 for Sportsman Motorcycle. Attention, stock and super stock in the pits. In the pits, stock and super stock. We need you guys in the staging lane still. If you're a stock driver or a super stock driver, come on down to the staging lanes ASAP. And that's a wrap for motorcycle. So motorcycle elimination round 3 will be coming up in a little bit here. We got Zach Toth and Riley Toth, the brothers, lined up next to each other in the next cycle. And Adam Hetler and Cody Compton will be racing to see who will be in the final match for motorcycles in a little bit. Coming up next, Super Pro. We got Super Pros pulling into the burnout box right now. Couple long cars. Derek Shirk in the left lane in the white dragster. G. Van Brar in the gray car in the right lane. Oh, my mistake. That is Lincoln Shirk. Lincoln Shirk in the left lane. Lincoln Shirk 2022 undercover dragster. Right lane, G. Van Brar with a 2016 undercover dragster. G. Van Brar has got a 582 Chevy thumping away behind his back. Lincoln Shirk with a 632 Chevy behind his cage. 795 up on the board in the right lane. 770 on the left lane. Well, one of these drivers got off the line with a perfect reaction time, trip zip, but it did not work out. Lincoln Shirk gets the win light in the left lane, 774 at 170 miles per hour. G. Van Brar, 3 zeros at the starting line, but didn't make it happen. Did not run quick enough on that run. We got Warren Keene, a BC boy, in the left lane. Ron Fawcett in the right lane. Ron Fawcett driving his slightly altered 1923 Model T. He's sitting behind a 565. 898 dial in the right lane, 890 in the TCS lane. My goodness, couple of great reaction times there. Ron Fawcett gets it with a 007 off the line, 899 on his 898 dial. Warren Keene got off the line with a trip zip. 000 with a 3 reaction time for Warren Keene in the left lane. Couldn't quite get to the finish line in time though. Ron Fawcett will be moving on. Now we have Colton Morin in his 07 Race Tech Dragster in the left lane. 615 Chevy powered unit lined up next to Dale Green of Pacific Washington's Dragster. Dale Green with an 890. He's going to be leaving first. Colton Morin gets the green light. And one of these drivers with a really good reaction time. Dale Green takes it 890 with a 1 at 182 miles per hour. 3 thou off his margin. Got off the line with 19 thou. Colton Morin got off the starting line with 4 thou. 004, but not quite enough to take Dale Green, who will be moving on. Jeremy Soares in the left lane now, Terrace BC. Driving that blue 01 Cameron Dragster. Jeremy Soares getting some help today from Quick Tech Race Cars. Got a 737 up on the board next to Greg Dowdy. 2012 Dragster, 582 powered unit. Sitting in that beautiful raw carbon fiber, shining away in the sunshine. He's got an 810 up on the board, so he's going to be leaving a fraction of a second quicker. And Greg Dowdy doesn't quite do it. Despite leaving the starting line with a 3 thou reaction time, Jeremy Soares takes him out, putting down a 738 at 179 miles per hour. And we got Craig Johnson in the left lane, Cade Shirk in the right lane. Craig Johnson, 79 Malibu wagon in the tower lane, driving along with Johnson's custom exhaust. He's going to be taking off first in that Malibu. 1053 up on the board. Cade Shirk with a 772 up on the Lordco board. Cade Shirk leaving 9 thou early. Handing that win light over to Craig Johnson right off the bat. Craig Johnson will be moving on in today's competition in the Super Pro class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, come on down to the staging lanes, as well as Super Comp. Super Street, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes also. Paul Soares now, 95 Pontiac, red car in the left lane, lined up next to Ted Buss's flamed out 34 Ford. Ted Buss, 427 powered car. He'll be leaving first with a 910 dial. Paul Soares got a 582 under the hood of that thing. 814 up on the board for that car. Paul Soares gets the green light. Similar reaction times for both of these cars, and the win light goes to Ted Buss, who puts down a 914 at 141 miles per hour. Paul Soares going red by 2/10,000ths of a second. The margin was 43 thou between the two cars at the finish line. And now we have Chris Stone for a solo run. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing here out of Mission, BC. Going for a tear down the track. 873 up on the board. 15 thou up front. Puts down an 872 at 156 miles per hour.
Super Pro.
In the water box, round number 3, stock eliminator. Bringing out the factory hot rods that, for the most part, are very, very similar to the way they left the assembly line when they were built. James Mantle and John Basinski kicking us off right here. Mantle, left-hand side, the 77 AMC Pacer. That's a V-Stocker dialed 1474, gonna get over 3 seconds head start. Basinski, the 70. F-Stock automatic Barracuda, 1102 on the boards, and here he comes. The Pacer way out there. Just crossed the 70-mile-an-hour mark, and at the finish line, the wind light's gonna shine for James Mantle. Wasn't stellar on the tree, but puts it dead on with a 6, gets there 2/1000ths of a second before Basinski, and that'll put him into the next round. This is Brad Burton and Barry Shaysgreen, two really fast hot rods right here. Burton, the 72 Formula Firebird, D-Stock automatic dialed 1057 will get to leave first. Shaysgreen, the factory B-Stock 2022 Camaro dials it up 910. He'll be on the chase. Brad Burton is away. Barry Shaysgreen on the chase. Into high gear and on the top end charge at the finish line, it's going to be Barry Shaysgreen. Burton broke it out. He's 29 up front. He was 6 thou behind. Gets there first by 47 thou, breaks it out by 9 thou. Needed to get there 38 or less. Shaysgreen was 23 up front and then 4 above the dial. Super Street, Super Comp, we'll take you. Cody Lane and Rick Green now. Green's in the ride, dial 1246 with the big head start. The factory B-Stock Camaro on the wheelie bars for Cody Lane. Little bit of work to do for Cody Lane, not going to be able to get it done. Rick Green had an 1/8 thou advantage on the starting line, gets to the finish line first by 29 thousandths of a second to be 12:47 at 104 on the 12:46 dial. Brian Thompson got the 2-for-1 last round. So he gets a free look at the tree. He's a little bit early, 19 thou red for Brian Thompson, but that's okay. He just set a date with Barry Shays-Green in the semifinals. So it looks like this in stock eliminator. Rick Green and James Mantle, Brian Thompson and Barry Shays-Green. As we move into super stock, Troy Olszanowski got the 2-for-1 last round, so he'll break the beams here and then back the wagon back out. And he'll be waiting in the semifinals for the winner of Oliver Baxter and Ty Gaynor. And that'll be a good race. But the biggest matchup of round number 3 is coming at you right here. Rick McKinney and Nick Shepard. Turn on a win light here. You've got a free ticket to the final round. McKinney on an absolute heater here this weekend. He's had a great season so far. Picked up the W at the Vegas Divisional, and he's sitting in the right-hand lane. The GTN automatic 96 Camaro, dialed 1049. He'll get the jump on Nick Shepard. The 05 GTE Chevy Cavalier, dialed 942. Big time matchup here on the ladder. One of these two gentlemen's headed straight to the final. Shepard bumps it in first. McKinney right behind. McKinney's away. Nick Shepard is headed to the final round. Rick McKinney was 10 thou behind on the tree, has some issues, and shuts it down. Shepard was 10 thou better up front, gets down there, looks to his right, and there's nobody home, so he gets off the gas to keep it safe, coasts through there, 962 at 113 miles an hour. So Nick Shepard will race for the Wally here on Sunday. The winner of this pair will face Troy Olszanowski in the semifinals to try to meet him there. It's Oliver Baxter and Ty Gaynor. Baxter gets the move left-hand side, the GTL 85 Monte Carlo, dialed up at 1031. Coming up from Canby, Oregon, Ty Gaynor sits to his right, the factory GTD Chevy Cobalt, dialed in at 920. And it's gonna be Ty Gaynor. Oliver Baxter's 24th out of the wrong side of the tree, and the win light shines for Ty Gaynor. Sends it down through there, 934 at 123, Baxter. 24 red, then 1034 at 128. Just taking a ride back to the pits. Ty Gaynor and Troy Olszanowski will face off in the semifinals. And that'll do it for round number 3 of Superstock. Top Dragster will take you to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster, we will take you to the staging lanes. Working our way through the rounds here. cutting the field in half every time. And we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here on Sunday. Temperatures in the upper 80s, density altitude sitting at right around 2,000 feet. I appreciate all of you joining us out there in the grandstands. We hope you're having a good time. We have been having an amazing week here in Mission. And these conditions are normally ones that we'd be pretty happy about because they're pretty good. Relative to the rest of the week, we had some absolutely stellar conditions. When we started time trials on Thursday morning, the density altitude had us at almost 200 feet below sea level. As it's warmed up here this week, we've steadily crept up into the 800s, then around 12 to 1,500. Today we're sitting around 2,000 feet. Upper 80s. And that plays a big role in the traction, plays a big role in the performance, especially classes like Comp Eliminator. If you're in one of the super classes, you got to start making adjustments to the throttle stop and shift points, and tuning becomes extra, extra important. All right, Top Dragster, I'm going to call for you one more time. Top Dragster will take you to the staging lanes. And Comp Eliminator, if you're still in competition and you're in Comp Eliminator, we'll take you to the staging lanes. So we move into Super Street. 1090's the ticket here. Everybody with the same dial, but most of them with a completely different way of trying to get there. Fred Hoffman and Herman Chan are going to kick us off right here. Couple first-gen Camaros cutting it up. Chan's in the left, Hoffman in the right. Green, we're both off the throttle stop, making a charge to the top end. Will it be Chan or Hoffman? Wind light says Herman Chan. Quite a bit better on the tree, gets down there 5 thousandths of a second before Hoffman. 1093 at 127. Hoffman breaks it out by 7 thou, and he's still 5 thou behind at the finish line. It wasn't very close up here, but it was pretty close down there. Chan had a lot of room, and he gave almost all of it back to Fred Hoffman. Erickson and Jess Dale now. Erickson's in the left, the 89 Ford Probe out of Vancouver, Washington. To his right sits Jess Dale, the 1970 Dodge Dart from Bonnie, Washington. If you're wondering what happens when they leave the line, that's the throttle stop coming on. And what'll happen is the carburetor basically slams shut, cuts off the airflow, and when you do that, you cut off the fuel. They set a timer for some amount of time. Usually, the car will shift while it's on the throttle stop. And then all of a sudden, the carburetor slams back open, and the fuel starts pouring in, and they hang on and head for the finish line. Erickson puts it right into the beams. Jess Dale follows right behind. The tree fires, and we are both green. They're separated on the starting line by just 1/1000th of a second. And at the finish line, it's going to be Gary Erickson. He's 32 on the tree, gets to the finish line first by 16/1000ths of a second to put it dead on 4. Dale was a thou behind him up front. Puts it 19 thou above the number, and that puts him 16 thou behind at the finish line. So Gary Erickson will face Herman Chan. And this is Dustin Ward and Larry Minor. Ward, left-hand side in the Dodge Dart, won the shootout. 2024 D6 Super Street Champ. And Larry Minor out of Cedro, Washington, the 69 Camaro, the 2012 Division Champ. That's a Gen 3 Hemi sitting under the hood of Dustin Ward's Dodge Dart, left-hand side. They make the charge to the top end, and the scoreboard says it's going to be Larry Minor. He puts it dead on with a 3, gets there first by 19/1000ths of a second to move into the semifinals, where he will face this man, Tony Hopkins, who earned the 2-for-1 last round against Alan Macham. Ward was 36 on the tree and then 1092 at 126 to be 19 thou behind. A pretty solid weekend for Dustin Ward. Finishes here in the quarterfinals. Tony launches 48 on the tree, off the stop and headed to the top end. How about 1089 with a 5? So if he cleans it up front, he's looking pretty good to face Larry Minor in the semis. On the other side of the ladder, it'll be Gary Erickson and Herman Chan. And now we move into Super Comp. Same game, but the index is 890. Dylan Howe on the single. He's 4 thou early on the tree, but that's okay. Send it down to the finish line, 889 with a 5, with a 4. So pretty good spot for Dylan Howe. This is Mark Loftus and Emmett McKillop. McKillop's in the right, the 2024 Diamond Chassis out of Selah, Washington. Loftus from Sumner, Washington. The old school upswept headers and the Borla exhaust used to be on about every dragster you'd see at the drag strip. Nowadays, kind of a rare sight. Big starting line advantage going to Mark Loftus, left-hand side, and that's where the win light's going to go as well. 891 with a 6. Gets there first by 34 thou. McKillop was late on the tree, put it dead on the number, but he had nowhere to go. So Mark Loftus will move to the next round. This is Mark Gillespie and Stephen Horton. Gillespie's in the left, Horton's in the right. The winner here will face Dylan Howe in the semifinals. Competition Eliminator, we would like to see you in the staging lanes, please. Competition Eliminator, we'd like to see you. Gillespie had a 2 thou advantage at the starting line, and in a double breakout, he's going to get the win. Horton was 20 on the tree, got to the finish line first by 9 thou, but he had to break it out 23 thou to do it. And that means he's locked out. Gillespie, 2 thou better on the tree, and under by only 13 thou. Pushes Steve Horton through, and Gillespie will meet up with Dylan Howe in the semifinals. Tori Lee and Chris Cannon now. Lee's in the left, the reigning D6 Super Comp champion. Cannon in the right, the Corvette Roadster. Winner here will face Mark Loftus in the final, in the semis. Mr. Shirk, top dragster, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Chris Cannon pulls up alongside at 1,000 feet, and he turns on the wind light at the big end. He's 002 up front, gets to the finish line first by 1,000th of a second, and turns on the wind light. Tori Lee was 19 on the tree. He's 17 thou behind as they pass it. He's 4 thou under the dial and 18 thousandths of a second behind at the finish line. So Chris Cannon will meet up with Mark Loftus. Dylan Howe will face Mark Gillespie. Winners there will meet in the final round.
We got all the comp cars there now.
And Derek Shirk, we'd love to see you in top dragster. Hopefully you're on your way, but if you cannot make the call, please let somebody know. So the concession stands are still open if you're hungry. If you haven't grabbed a bite yet, they got a whole lot of really good food up there, but they're going to be closing in 45 minutes. So if you need to grab some food to get you through the rest of the day, you got 45 minutes to do it. The concession stands will close at 4 p.m. All right, top dragsters coming under the bridge.
Nobody came and asked.
So we'll kick things off here with Ty Gaynor and Justin Dalhanick. Gaynor's in the left. He's still doubled here today. He's got an entry in here in top dragster, and he's still alive in super stock. Junior semifinals. We'll take you to the lanes. Justin Dalhanick trying to rain on his party, right-hand side. Gaynor will leave first out, 7:55. 6:94 the number for Dalhanick in the right. If Justin Dalhanick wants to take him out, he's going to have to figure out a miracle at the finish line, and he does. And he does.
No more NHRA double.
Ty Gaynor had him doubled up on the tree. And down at the finish line, Justin Dalhanick gets there by 16 ten-thousandths of a second to put it dead on 3. A 54-pack will get it done for Justin Dalhanick. Gaynor, 7:58 at 172. Might have kicked the throttle one too many times or brushed up against the brake pedal a little bit too hard. Tough break for Ty Gaynor. So the next pair was supposed to be Justin Bond and Derek Shirk. Shirk was not able to make the call. So Justin Bond will get a single into the semifinals. Super Gas and Pro ET will take you to the staging lanes at this time. Super Gas and Pro ET, we will take you to the staging lanes now. And Pro ET, you are on a ladder. So you're on a ladder. They'll get you paired up when you get to the staging lanes. But we'll take Super Gas and Pro ET at this time. Justin Bond, not stellar on the Christmas tree, but he didn't have to be. Off the gas, going through the finish line, 7-11 at 155. And into the semifinals where he'll face Benji Martin. Jeffrey Havens will get a single here. As William Oliver was not able to make the call one round before. And that was a really tough break for Oliver because he had the bye in that round to get to this one. Ends up giving it to Havens. So he'll make a lap here, and that'll put him into the semifinals to face Justin Dalhanic. Jeffrey Havens is quadruple zero on the tree. And then 2 thou under the dial. Absolute rip from Jeffrey Havens right there. Nearly impossible to go quad zero. So Benji Martin will take his single now to put himself into the semifinals. Benji Martin's 23 up front, down to the top end, lights the board 680 with an 8 at 196. He put a 79 up on the boards, and he came pretty close to hitting it. I want to let you all know about an event that's coming up here at Mission Raceway Park in 2 weeks. It's called Door Wars 14 Drift to Gift, where you can go for a ride along with a professional stunt driver, and while you do it, you'll be supporting the BC Children's Hospital. Last year, Drift to Gift raised $8,000 for the Virtue Foundation, and this year they're trying to blow that out of the water. You can scan the QR code that's up on the screen right now if you'd like to donate. And with every donation of $40 or more, you're entered into a drawing to win VIP tickets to Door Wars, where you get access to the VIP suite up here on the 3rd floor, and you'll get to experience the sideways skills of a professional drift racer. So that sounds like a pretty good time, and it's for a really, really good cause. 2 weeks, Door Wars 14 Drift to Gift. Scan the QR code up on the screen, make a donation, help support the BC Children's Hospital, and every donation of $40 or more will get you an entry to win VIP tickets and a ride along with a professional stunt driver. Comp Eliminator semifinals is on track. The winner of this round will face Cody Lane in the finals for the trophy and the bragging rights. Dean Carter has had about the sweetest run to get to this point that you could possibly ask for. All he had to do was take the tree twice and then back it back up. Ryan Warder looking to make it a little more difficult on him. He's in the left. The E-Super Modified 2005 Pontiac Sunfire. The joint venture machine, Dave Barcelone's Truck Town on board. the 5-time national event winner, looking for his 22nd divisional victory here on Sunday. Dean Carter, to his right, the 7-time divisional champion, the 3-time national champion. Warder will get to leave first. 910 index on the board. 721 for Dean Carter. Staggered start with a race to the finish line. First one there is the winner. Unless you turn on the red light, then it doesn't matter who gets there first. Ryan Warder, 26-10 thou to the wrong side of the tree, will send Dean Carter to the final round, where he will face this man, Cody Lane. So Cody Lane, part of that Hancock and Lane team, Wright Trailers on board, the 2024 Comp World Champ, 6-time division champ. Looking for his 20th Lucas Oil Divisional Series win here on Sunday. Top sportsman, we'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Top sportsman, we will take you to the staging lanes. Cody Lane launches it. It starts to dance around on him a little bit there, and he shuts it down. 775 at 140 miles an hour. So Cody Lane and Dean Carter in the finals. So this is your Junior Thunder semifinals, and Wesley Armstrong has a free trip to the final round, an uneven number of cars on that side of the ladder. Fountain Tire and Armstrong Family Racing. Junior Thunder, our youngest competitors here on the NHRA circuit. They can start racing these cars as early as 5 years old. You saw Sean Cowie earlier in the quickest top alcohol dragster in the world. He got his start right here in junior dragsters. Wesley turns on the green light. We race to the half track here in juniors. And then 899 with a 9 on the 890 dial. So Wesley Armstrong to the final round to face the winner of this pair right here. Cadence Rodriguez and Pearson Mass. Cadence is in the left-hand side out of Chilliwack, British Columbia. 896 is the dial, and Cadence will be trying to chase down Pearson Mass from Maple Ridge. 1190 the number. So this will be a test of patience for Cadence. With the big head start going to Pearson. Crew chief's getting them where they need to be, adjusting the idles on these very sensitive machines. Try to put these kids in the best spot they can be to turn on a wind light. Both drivers get the thumbs up and immediately stage them up. Tree comes down, Pearson Mass is away. And here comes Cadence Rodriguez. Trying to catch up with Pearson Mass, and is gonna get it done. You heard the whomps on the throttle down there, putting the car into position. 903 at 70 miles an hour will get it done for Cadence. Pearson, 1219 at 50. Little off the number, but a pretty good lap. So Cadence Rodriguez and Wesley Armstrong is your Junior Thunder final round. Bentley Johnson and Adam Katnick. Katnick's in the right out of Maple Ridge, dialed 790. Be on the chase. Bentley Johnson to the left, dialed 799. Both of these racers absolutely lights out on the Christmas tree. Side by side all the way to the finish line. Wind light's gonna shine for Bentley Johnson. Wow, what a race. 38 on the light, gets to the finish line first by 38 thou, 804 at 79. Katnick had a 4 thou advantage on the tree, but 900ths above the number. Puts Adam 300ths behind at the finish line. So Bentley Johnson is headed to the final to face the winner of this pair right here, Connor Jackson and April Bond. April's in the right, from right here in Mission, British Columbia, the Mission native and JBS equipment. Dial it up 796. 200ths head start over Connor Jackson from just up the road in Abbotsford. TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil Fitness Lab, and the Rodriguez family all supporting Connor Jackson here today. Top Sportsman will take you back to the staging lanes. Top Sportsman will take you back to the staging lanes at this time. April Bond is 12 thou red. And that'll send Connor Jackson to the final round to face Bentley Johnson. Jackson turned it green, put it 200 above the dial. Wind light was already shining. April up on the wheel and just took too big of a bite at the starting line to turn on the red. And then runs it out 790 at 81 miles an hour. So we'll take a quick look at the track, polish this thing up a little bit, and then we'll head straight into super gas.
These hands hold a lot of trust. They keep engines running and tires turning. People depend on these hands, and these hands depend on Interstate. Interstate batteries, outrageously dependable.
At Lordco Auto Parts, we're here to keep your world moving. From our fully stocked aisles to our friendly staff, we've got what you need for every project, big or small. Our team works hard to ensure that the right parts are ready when you need them. Whether you're tackling repairs at home or keeping your business running smoothly. With fast deliveries to local shops and expert advice, we're proud to be your trusted partner on the road ahead. Lordco Auto Parts, driven to keep you moving.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, this is your call to the staging lanes. Motorcycles, come on down to the staging lanes. First two burnouts out of the way for Super Gas. We got Todd Sims in the left lane in that 91 Probe. Lined up next to Sandy Bracy Nero in the 63 Corvette Roadster here from Aurora, Oregon. The daughter of Doug Bracy, the wife of Paul Nero. Todd Sims driving along with Puget Sound Petroleum, Robert's Floor Covering. Cindy Sims, Aflac and Fuel Factory today. One of these drivers very tidy off the line, and it works in Sandy's favor. 3 thou up front, putting down a 992 at 164 miles an hour. We got Cooper Chun in the white Roadster in the left lane, Joshua Meloff out of Maple Ridge in the 57 Corvette Roadster in the right lane. Attention pits, Super Pro to the lanes, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you guys are on a ladder? Super Pro is on a ladder. Come on down to the staging lanes, please. Similar reaction times up front, but it's going to be Cooper Chun taking out Joshua Meloff by 100th. Margin between the two cars was 3/10,000ths of a second. Solid run there. Cooper Chun putting down a 991 at a $145. Now we have Kirk Lands. Kirk Lands in the left lane. Metallic-y blue Camaro. 1968 body on that car. Steve Lowe in the right lane in the Firebird. Steve Lowe quicker off the line, but does not work in his favor this run. 990 on the button for Kirk Lands, 990 with a 7. Through the traps at 162 miles an hour. Stone Cold Racing in the 68 Dart. Taking a rip down the strip and getting off the line with a trip zip. 000 with an 8 reaction time. Putting down a 1033. Chris Stone collecting trip zip stickers this weekend. Up next, we got Craig Johnson in the left lane. 79 Malibu wagon lined up next to Brendan Piskacek in the Fox Body hatchback Mustang.
I got it. Another call for motorcycle.
Brendan Piskacek with a 1341 dial, so he's going to be leaving first. Craig Johnson on the chase. Green light for Craig Johnson. Charging towards that finish line, but it is not. Oh, it is enough. My mistake. It is definitely enough. Craig Johnson putting down a 1058 on that 1054 dial. 117 miles per hour across the stripe. Moving along to the next elimination round. Now we have John Tabak in the 88 S10 in the tower lane. Lined up next to Cassie Tippy's Patina 65 Nova. Cassie Tippy, 1161 on the board. She's going to be leaving first. John Tabak with a second green light right now. Both drivers similar off the line, and it goes to John Tabak putting down the better time, 10:58 at $1.17.
That's awesome, man. What did that last, like, 15 months or whatever?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro and Motorcycle. Super Pro and Motorcycle. We need you guys in the staging lanes. Keep things moving here. Super Pro and Motorcycle, come on down. Ken Orser in the left lane. In the 06 GTO with JS Power Sports. Got some help and support from TCS also. Lined up next to Darren Williams in the Dart in the right lane. Darren Williams, classic performance commercial powertrain, riding along with him. As well as Legacy Speed and Body, VP Racing Fuels, and South Trail Chrysler, Calgary. Ken Orser with a 747 up on the board. 725 for Darren Williams. And it goes to Ken Orser in the left lane with a 748 on his 747 dial. Got off the line with a 005 reaction time. Had the advantage and it worked out. Will Yakimetz backing up after his burnout. Paul Soares completing his in that 55 Bel Air. Front end of that car, front end of the roof, rather, chopped way down low so the car slips through the air. He's down here from Terrace. Will Yakimetz from Vegreville, Alberta. Will is the 2024 Division champ. 2024 Vegas and Phoenix National finalist. Paul Soares will be getting the green light first. 755 up on the TCS board. 656 on the Lordco board. Soares gets it. Will Yakimetz was on a rip. Going a bit too fast there. Too fast by 34th thou. Paul Soares on the green side by 2 thou, running a 757. $1.75 across the quarter mile trap. Now we have Bill King in the Cavalier from Sandy, Oregon. Lined up next to Aaron Steinke in that 68 Camaro, powered by that massive 959 cubic inch V8 under the hood of that car. Aaron Steinke on a rip. 618 on the button. 618 with a 7. On that 618 dial-in, crossing the finish line at 231 miles per hour, putting Bill King out of the competition for today. Bill King running a 666 on his 664 dial, 208 mile per hour across the trap. Not quite enough. Margin between those cars at the finish line was 5 thou. Attention pits, attention in the pits, Super Pro. This is your final call. Final call for Super Pro. Attention in the pits, all remaining semi-finalists. As soon as you guys are ready, you can come down. We'll get you sorted out. Semi-finalists, all remaining semi-finalists, come on down as soon as you guys are ready. Well, taking a little break between rounds here. Got some motorcycles in the staging lanes, but there's a little bit of oil on the track, just a little bit. So track crew is going to get that cleaned off for us. Make sure we have perfect racing conditions for these motorcycles. Making sure the track is nice and sticky. And then we'll get right back to it. Well, guys, coming up in 2 weeks at Door Wars 14, Drift to Gift, where you can go for a ride along with a professional stunt driver in support of BC Children's Hospital. Last year, Drift to Gift raised $8,000 for the Virtue Foundation, and this year, we're looking to raise even more. You can scan the QR code on the screen now to donate, and with every donation of $40 or more, you're entered into a draw to win VIP tickets to Door Wars, where you can get access to the VIP suite, and you get to experience the sideways skill of a professional drifter. Sounds like something fun. If you've never been at a drift car, it is a heck of a lot of fun. It feels completely out of control, but completely in control at the same time. And everybody loves cooking a little bit of rubber sometimes. So this one's for a great cause, for the BC Children's Hospital. Drift to Gift. And on to motorcycles. Starting us off, Adam Hetler in the left lane, 2007 Suzuki. He's racing up against Cody Compton on the 08 Suzuki in the right lane. Cody Compton, our 2025 D6 Summit ET champ. 1340cc power plant in that bike. Nothing too amazing at the starting line, but Adam did make it easy for Cody Compton. Cody Compton, 946 on his 944 dial, 137 miles an hour across the stripe there. Cody Compton is one of the motorcycle finalists. We got Zach Toth in the left lane on the Kawasaki. Zach Toth next to Riley Toth. Both Kawasaki's, both 1500cc. $868 up on the board for Zach. $874 up on the Lordco board for Riley. Couple of green lights, and one of these lights is very green, and it pays off for Riley Toth, leaving with a 007 up front, stopping the timer at 877 on the 874 dial-in, 134 miles per hour through the trap. It will be Riley Toth and Cody Compton in the motorcycle finals. Ron Fawcett in the right lane for a buy run here in the slightly altered 23T. He's got a 565 sitting under that massive air scoop. And he gets off the line a little bit too fast, going red by 22 thou. Puts down a 906 at 163 miles an hour. Big smoky burnout for Ted Buss in the right lane. And that flamed out 34 Ford. Craig Johnson in the 79 Malibu wagon in the tower lane. 10:55 on the board for Craig. So he's going to be getting the green light first. Ted Buss will be on the chase. 9:13 up on the Lordco board. Green light, Craig Johnson starting his timer. Ted Buss is on the chase. But I don't think Ted Buss can do it. No, he cannot. Craig Johnson putting down a 1061 at 115 miles per hour. Got off the line much smoother than Ted Buss in that run. Craig Johnson will be moving on to the next round of eliminations. Chris Stone in the left lane. Dale Green in the right lane. Chris Stone from right here in Mission, BC. Driving with Willibert Chrysler. Dale Green in the right lane. And Dale Green does not get it. Chris Stone gets it with an 875 at 149 miles per hour. Why I put it that way is because Dale Green got off the line with another trip zip. Trip zeros and a 4 for Dale Green, but it wasn't quite enough to take Chris Stone on that run. We got Lincoln Shirk in the white drag car in the left lane. 632 Chevy powered 2022 undercover dragster. He's got 775 up on the board. Next to Jeremy Soares in the 01 Cameron dragster. He's down here from Terrace, BC. 738 on the board for him. Jeremy Soares got some help from Quick Tech Race Cars. Lincoln Shirk takes it. 776 at 168 miles an hour, putting Jeremy Soares out of today's competition. And that's a wrap for Super Pro ET. We got Super Stock coming up right now. Attention pits. All remaining semi-finalists, make your way back to the staging lanes. That's all remaining semi-finalists. Make your way back to the staging lanes, please.
Super Stock, Troy Olsenowski and Ty Gaynor. The factory GTD Cobalt of Ty Gaynor right-hand side is going to try to chase down Olsenowski. 1165 on the boards for the O-Automatic station wagon of Olsenowski. Big wheel stand from Olsenowski. He's way out front. Ty Gaynor. Top end charge. Can he catch him? Yes, he can. How about 15 dead on 5 to be 20 total and lock out Troy Olsenowski, who's 67 on the let go. He's 300ths under the dial, and he's still 25 thou behind at the finish line. Ty Gaynor is headed to the final round where he will face this man right here, Nick Shepard, the GTE automatic Chevy Cavalier out of Tigard, Oregon. Really put in a lot of work this weekend. That thing would not stick the tire. They were able to get it dialed in, and it's been on a rail all day long here on Sunday. It's been doing that right there. Turns the tire on the starting line. .991 at 123. So Nick Shepard and Ty Gaynor in the final. We moved to stock eliminator. Barry Shays Green and Brian Thompson. He's been coming to the staging lanes with the top down on the P-Stock Fox body convertible. He's dialed 1298, and he'll get the move on Shays Green. The B factory stalker Shays Green tries to set the trans brake, and he rolls the beams. Ouch. Really, really tough break for Barry Shays Green. Brian Thompson is headed to the final round to face the winner of this next pair right here. It's Rick Green and James Mantle. Mantle on the tower side, the 77 Pacer V Stalker. The slowest car in the field, just going rounds, one at a time, knocking them down. He's dialed 1476. Well, and James Mantle, the smallest spot he's going to get all day. 1246, the number for Green, right-hand side in the Mustang. Mantle stages first, Green right behind him. James Mantle is off and away. We've got a green light in each lane, and we've got a Pacer way out front. The Mustang GT on the charge. Got some work to do. James Mantle had him more than doubled up, but he breaks it out. Oh, James. James gets to the finish line by over a tenth of a second. He breaks it out by 35 thousandths of a second. 1472 on the 76 dial. Rick Green was 50 on the tree and was in a whole heap of trouble. He puts it 4 above the number, follows James Mantle through the finish line, and sees the win light come on. So Rick Green and Brian Thompson will meet up in the final round. So 2 of our final rounds are set. We're going to set another one right here in Super Street. Back to the index. 1090 is the number they're looking for. They're on a pro tree. Cut a light, put it on the stop, take it off the stop, and haul the mail to the finish line. Get there first. Just don't do it quicker than 1090. And if you do, hope that the guy next to you was even quicker.
Gary Erickson in the left lane in the 89 Silver Probe. White Camaro in the right lane, driven by Herman Chan. Herman Chan representing Lordco in the Lordco lane. Lenchan, 1094 at a buck 23. Gary Erickson going a bit too quick on that one. 17 thou off dial, ran too fast. Put down a 1088 at a buck 38. Larry Miner in the left lane now. In the Camaro. Silver and blue 69 Camaro in the left lane. We got Tony Hopkins in the right lane. That 55 Chevy Bel Air. Only a green light on one side of the racetrack. Tony Hopkins left with a 3 thou. Reaction time up front. Out back, put down a 1087 at 148 miles an hour. Tony Hopkins will be moving on today. Couple of dragsters now. Benji Martin in the red car. Driving a Race Tech 2014 Race Tech dragster. Lined up next to Justin Bond. 2021 Miller in the right lane. Justin Bond, Pro Mod driver, turned dragster driver. He's got a 632 thumping away behind the cage. 693 up on the Lordco board. 681 up on the TCS board. 4 bulbs lit. And only one green light. Benji Martin with the win light lit up already off the starting line. Putting down a 692 at a buck 63. Justin Bond leaving 16 thou early. Takes himself out of today's competition. Jeffrey Havens now in the left lane from Hara, Washington. Next to the white and black graphicked out car of Justin Dohaniuk from Spruce Grove, Alberta. Justin driving here today with R&D Trailer Rentals, MKS Trailer and Equipment Repair, and CCMR Performance. Couple green lights at the starting line. They're charging across the finish line right now, and it is Jeffrey Havens who takes it with a 725 on his 724 dial. 181 miles an hour across the stripe there.
So that'll put Jeffrey Havens into the final round to face Benji Martin in Top Dragster. We move into Super Comp. We're back on the index, but the number is 890. Dylan Howe and Mark Gillespie. Gillespie left-hand side from just south of the border in Washington. Dylan Howe, Cascade Truck Body and Trailer Sales Machine, Oregon Motor Coach, Justin Lamb Racing, all helping him out every single weekend. Oh my. Dylan Howe leaves the starting line with 4 zeros. Gets to the finish line first by 23 thou, puts an 894 on the 890 index, and he turns on the win light to head to the final round. Gillespie, 28 up front, 4 above the dial, 23 thou behind, and his day is done. The winner of this pair will meet Dylan in the final. It's Chris Cannon and Mark Loftus. Cannon in the right. The bright orange 63 Corvette Roadster. Loftus to his left, the dragster out of Sumner, Washington. Top Sportsman Pro and Super Pro. Top Sportsman Pro and Super Pro. We will take you back for your semifinal rounds, please. We're both away on the green, but only one of them's clean. It's Mark Loftus, and he's got the win light. 13 up front, gets to the finish line first by 16 thousandths of a second to be 891 at 162. Cannon missed it up front. Puts it 7 thou under the dial, and he's still 16 thou behind. You have to cut a light in Super Comp, and Chris Cannon was just a little too late. So it'll be Dylan Howe and Mark Loftus, your Super Comp final.
Elimination round 4 finalists or qualifiers. All round 4 drivers, come on down to the staging lanes, please. So we're looking for Top Sportsman, Pro, and Super Pro to the staging lanes. Top Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Attention pits, attention pitch. Aaron Steinke, come on down to the lanes. Aaron Steinke, come on down to the staging lanes, please. are down to the Super Gas semi-final. Kirk lands in the 68 Camaro in the tower lane, lined up next to Sandy Bracy Nero in the right lane. Just a 2-car run here. Kirk lands in the semifinals, hands it over to Sandy at the starting line. Sandy Bracy Nero will be moving on to the final round for Super Gas. Kirkland saw that red light right away and coasted down to the end of the track. Sandy putting down a 986 at 169 miles per hour. She will be in the final up against Cooper Chun right here in this white 57 Corvette Roadster up from Vancouver, Washington. Cooper Chun's just got to drive this one out. And he gets off the line with a healthy 3 thou. Stopping the timer with a 995 at 154 miles an hour. The final for Super Gas is going to be Sandy Bracy Nero, lined up next to Cooper Chun. Craig Johnson here for a bye run. He's got a spot in the final today. On the board, and he puts down a 1066 at a buck of weight. Craig Johnson, guaranteed spot in the final for Pro. Now we have John Tabak, 1988 S10, lined up next to Stone Cold Racing Chris Stone in that 68 Dart. 1054 up on John's board. Chris Stone with the 1033. And Chris Stone is going to put John out of today's race. Drives out at 1034 at 125 mile an hour. John, little too slow on his run, 1057 at a buck 19. And that'll take us to the top sportsman. Round 4. Ken Orser in the left lane out of Abbotsford, BC in that 06 TCS GTO. Ken Orser got some help from TCS today and JS Power Sports. 747 up on his board. Paul Soares in the right lane in that 55 Chevy Bel Air from Terrace. 755 up on his board. And this will determine who's going to go up against Aaron Steinke in the final race for top sportsman. Paul Soares with the advantage at the starting line, and he does take it. So it will be Paul Soares next to Aaron Steinke in the final for top sportsman, putting down a 757 at 175 miles an hour. Ken Orser, a 749 on the 747, not quite good enough there. Now we got Steinke in his 959 powered 68 Camaro. 615 or 618 up on his board. For Steinke, 13th thou off the starting line, putting down a 618, bang on 618 with a 6 on his 618 dial. Solid run for Aaron Steinke. And the next time we'll see top sportsmen come around will be for their final.
Chris Stone and Craig Johnson back to the lanes.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All finals, come on down to the staging lanes. All finals, come on down to the staging lanes.
Dubuque County Fair is about to get its face melted. 1 second.
I guess their faces are safe.
Shut up, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, shut up.
Shut up, Jeff. I don't need your help.
This is just like what happened in Pittsburgh. Never mention Pittsburgh!
When you need to be there, you need an Interstate, the car battery auto techs prefer.
getting close to putting a bow on what's been a fantastic weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. Except for one class, we're all the way down to the finals, and we've got some of our finalists in the lane, so we're going to be getting to those pretty soon. They kicked things off here on Wednesday with Test and Tune. Brian Howe decided to break his own record. Then on Thursday, we timed in everybody, we qualified everybody for the first ever national event here at Mission Raceway Park, the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. And on Friday, a really, really special day as we handed out those trophies. A lot of great stories, a lot of amazing races. The Jewell family put 2 of them in the winner's circle. Some amazing performances. The qualifying session on Thursday to close it out. But all roads lead to Sunday. And we've got a whole bunch more of these 75th anniversary Diamond Wallies to hand out here in just a few minutes. We finished a little bit of track prep, getting this thing tuned up. We've got Comp Eliminator final round sitting in the staging lanes. We've got Junior Dragster final round sitting in the staging lanes.
And on to our final semifinal for Super Pro ET. Kicking us off with Lincoln Shirt in the left lane in the 22 undercover dragster. 632 powered, Chevy powered unit. And of course in the right lane, Ron Fawcett in that slightly altered 1923 Ford T-body car. $898 in the right lane. Ron Fawcett's going to be taken off first. Lincoln Shirk in the left lane with a 775 up on the board. He'll get the second green light and try to reel him in. Two thou at the starting line for Ron Fawcett, and he does it with an 899 on the 898 dial. Ron Fawcett moving on to the final round of Super Pro. So of the 4 remaining Super Pro cars, that number is going to be chopped in half. Ron Fawcett has the first spot in the Super Pro final for our event today. Craig Johnson in the burnout box right now. Chris Stone pulling up. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing, driving with Willowbrook Chrysler in the left lane, lined up next to Craig Johnson, his 79 Malibu in the right lane. This is the final, semifinal race. This race will decide who goes up against Ron Fawcett in today's final for Super Pro. 10:55 in the right lane. Craig Johnson, he'll be leaving first. Chris Stone, 872 up on his board. He'll be on the chase. Green light for Chris Stone. Reeling him in. Chris Stone gets off the line with a 002 reaction time, and it pays off. It works out in his favor. Lighten up the wind light, 875 at 144 miles an hour. Our final is going to be Ron Fawcett and Chris Stone for Super Pro.
And that'll bring us into our Comp Eliminator final round. Backing it up right-hand side, it's Dean Carter. Dean was able to take the tree, back it up first round. He was able to take the tree and back it up second round. His opponent went red in the third round. And he finds himself in the final right here with Cody Lane. Lane's in the left, the AE Kano altered. A 6-time division champ. Dean Carter, a 7-time division champ. Both of them have turned on a lot of wind lights, and they got a lot of Wally sitting at home. They're trying to grab another one here today. 790 on the board for Cody Lane. He'll get to move first. Dean Carter gives chase. First one to the finish line is the winner, and Dean Carter scatters it. Cody Lane is your competition eliminator winner here on Sunday. The Lucas Oil Divisionals. Lady Luck ran out for Dean Carter in a big way. All right, attention in the pits. If you are in a final round and you have not made your way to the staging lanes, go ahead and hang out for us. You do not need to come at this time. So if you're in a final and you were thinking about heading to the staging lanes, go ahead and hold up at your pit, and we will call you when we are ready. We got some cleanup to do here. They're already getting underway, but it's going to take us a minute. So we will let you know. Go ahead and hang out for now.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits.
These hands hold a lot of trust. They keep engines running and tires turning. People depend on these hands, and these hands depend on Interstate. Interstate batteries, outrageously dependable.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor, and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them, and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
Well, guys, we got a bit of a breeze right now, which is kind of nice. 5:24 p.m. and 31 degrees out there. Still a hot one. Shout out to the diehard spectators. Still in the stands here at the end of the day. We got our track crew scraping off the track after the transmission detonation that took place in the Lord Coe Lane. These guys working hard to get all that ATF cleaned off the track so we have a nice, safe, sticky surface for the next few races, the next finals coming up. So just a little bit of a delay here, and we'll get back to racing as soon as the track is ready for it.
So track staff continuing to work on the first 100 feet or so of this racetrack. You see that dust they're putting down. We call it gold dust. And it helps us make the track sticky once again. They got the scrapers and the torches out, scraping up any of the rubber that's been saturated with those fluids. Put the gold dust down. They're likely to put some spray down, and we'll get back underway. We've put one of them in the winner's circle here. Cody Lane for what I believe is his 20th Lucas Oil Series Wally. Shane Westerfield got the win earlier today in Top Alcohol Funny Car. Pretty good weekend for the lanes. Jeff parked it over on the dance floor on Friday afternoon after the inaugural running of the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. We had such a good time. Can't wait to do that again. We got a whole bunch more of them still to hand out here today. They get the tractor out there, they'll get this thing drugged back in. And as soon as we get the thumbs up from the starting crew, we already have cars in the lanes. We'll bring some more there soon. And we'll put a bow on this divisional event. Attention in the pits, Josh Meloff. If you're still here, we'd love to see you in the tower. Josh Meloff, we'd love to see you in the tower. Second floor, if you're still here on property. Josh Meloff, second floor of the tower, please. So the finals are all set, and they look like this. In Super Stock, it's going to be Nick Shepard and Ty Gaynor. Stock Eliminator Final is Brian Thompson and Rick Green. Super Comp has Dylan Howe going up against Mark Loftus. In Super Gas, Cooper Chun and Sandy Bracey Nero. Super Street's going to be Larry Miner and Herman Chan. Jeff Havens and Benji Martin in Top Dragster. Top Sportsman will be Aaron Steinke and Paul Soares. Sportsman Motorcycle, Cody Compton and Riley Toth. And then how about Chris Stone? He's in the Super Pro Final against Ron Fawcett. And he's in the Pro ET Final against Craig Johnson. My man, Canada Craig. Or you guys just call him Craig. So pretty stacked lineup here to close things out with all these final rounds.
Finalists and starting lanes come back.
All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you are in the finals and you are not in the staging lanes, we'll take you at this time. So if you are a finalist who has yet to come to the staging lanes, we are ready for you. Final bit of track prep here before we get back underway. So all finalists to the staging lanes. We'll get this thing in and get it done.
Well, we hear engines. Fantastic sign. Racetrack is all cleaned off. Junior Thunder Final. Pulling into the burnout box, we have Wesley Armstrong in the right lane. Fountain Tire Car. Wesley Armstrong with Armstrong Family Racing out of Chilliwack, BC's got an 890 up on the board. The flamed out blue car in the left lane is Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence Rodrigue, a 2006 Creative Junior Dragster. Both these drivers are from Chilliwack. $890 on the Lordco board, $895 on the TCS board. Wesley Armstrong, your winner today, getting off the line with 8 thou up front, putting down an 896 at 69 miles per hour at the 8th mile. Wesley Armstrong taking home that Wally. Cadence Rodrigue is our runner-up today. Now we're moving on to the final for Junior Lightning. Bentley Johnson in the left lane from right here in Mission. Driving a 2025 Mike Boss Jr. Dragster. Connor Jackson in the right lane out of Abbotsford. 2014 Mike Boss Jr. Dragster. Connor Jackson with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil Fitness Lab, and Rodrigue Family Racing. He's got a 795 up on the board. Bentley Johnson with an 802. And this race will determine our Junior Lightning champion for this event. Right here at the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals at River Valley Ford Drag Strip. And Bentley Johnson leaves red. Bentley Johnson is your runner-up today. Connor Jackson, our winner. The winner for Junior Lightning in today's competition. Connor Jackson bringing home that Wally. 794 at 80 miles an hour through the 8th mile trap. Well done, Junior Dragsters.
Juniors in the books. We've got our stock eliminator final round coming to the water right now. It's Brian Thompson left-hand side and Rick Green in the right. Thompson will leave first. The drop-top P-stock automatic Fox body, dialed in at 13 flat. The O-stocker, a green, dials it in at 1249. Green puts it straight in. Thompson right behind. Tree fires for Thompson. We're both away on the green. Convertible out front, Rick Green trying to reel him in. 5 thou advantage to Brian Thompson, win light to Brian Thompson. Rick Green broke it out. He's 80 up front. They're 5 thou behind as they pass the tree. Gets to the finish line first by 19 thou and breaks it out by 11 thousandths of a second. Brian Thompson, your stock eliminator champion here on Sunday. Super Comp coming at you next. Mark Loftus and Dylan Howe, 890 on the board. Loftus in the left out of Sumner, Washington. Dylan Howe, the 2019 race tech out of Junction City, Oregon. Loftus out front, off the stop first, but here comes Dylan Howe. Top end charge, win light gonna shine for Mark Loftus. Dylan Howe breaks it out. He's 37 on the tree, 16 thou behind Loftus. Gets to the finish line first by 16 thou, and he's 6 thou under the dial, so the win light will shine for Mark Loftus. 892 at 161. Pictures on the dance floor and a 75th anniversary Wally wait for him there. So now it's time for Super Stock. Your final round has Ty Gaynor facing off against Nick Shepard. Shepard will get to leave first, left-hand side, the GTE Automatic 2005 Chevy Cavalier. He hails from Tigard, Oregon. 944 the dial for Nick Shepard. Ty Gaynor sits to his right in that Sun Auto machine. The factory GTD Chevy Cobalt. 919 on the boards for Gaynor. Ty Gaynor turns it 8 thou red, and Nick Shepard will cruise to the winner's circle. He was dead late on the starting line and blew the tires off. Shuts it down, 1062 at 100 mile an hour. Ty Gaynor, 8 thou too early on the light. Nick Shepard, your super stock champion. We move right into Super Street now. Herman Chan and Tony Hopkins. Hopkins, right-hand side, that 55 shoebox. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster final. Herman Chan bumps it in behind him, left-hand side out of Vancouver, BC. The 67 Camaro. We're off, we're green. And we're off the stop, headed to the top end. 19 thou advantage on the tree to Hopkins, and the win line will go to Hopkins. How about 8 total? 001 up front, 1090 with a 7. Locks out Herman Chan, who's 20 on the let go and had no shot to win the race. Tony Hopkins saved the best for last, lays down 8 total in the final for all the marbles in Super Street. Pro ET final round coming at you next.
And for Pro ET, we got Craig Johnson, the 79 Malibu, in the left lane, lining up next to Chris Stone, who has been a bit of a killer on the tree today. Chris Stone was Stone Cold Racing in that 68 Dart. 446 Mopar powered car. Canada Craig, or just Craig as we know him by up here in Canada. He's got a 1056 up on the TCS board, Lordco board with a 1031 in the right lane. The final for Pro ET. And Craig Johnson can drive it out around to the winner's circle to pick up his Wally Award. Chris Stone leaving early by 3 thou on that. Craig Johnson is today's Pro ET champion. Putting down a 1060 at $1.09.
So now it's time for your top sportsman final round. Your number 2 qualifier, Aaron Steinke, backing it up right-hand side. As Paul Soares starts his burnout in the left. The Chop Top 55 Bel Air out of Terrace, British Columbia. He's gonna get the head start here, dialed 755. And after about 1.4 seconds, Aaron Steinke and 959 cubic inches of nitrous-injected Pat Musey power is going to come after him. Two gorgeous hot rods pulling into the beams right now. Steinke puts it straight into the stage beam. Soares gingerly bumps it in behind him. The tree fires. Paul Soares is away, and here it comes. Oh, Aaron Steinke. Win light gonna shine for Paul Soares. Steinke had a 4th thou advantage when he left the tree. It made a move to the right. The veteran diver gets out of the gas. Paul Soares looks to his right. When he gets to the finish line, there's nobody home. He cuts the throttle. 757 at 169. Paul Soares is your top sportsman champion here on Sunday.
Super Gas final. Coming down to 2 Roadster Corvettes. C2 in the left lane, driven by Sandy Bracy-Nero from Aurora, Oregon. And the C1 in the right lane, driven by Cooper Chun from here in Vancouver. Oh, not here in Vancouver, BC, from Vancouver, Washington. That white 57 Roadster. Couple of 990s up on the board. Off the throttle stop, and the cars are on a rip for the finish line. And it's going to be Cooper Chun in the right lane, 992 at $146. Cooper Chun, your Super Gas champion in this event today.
So Cooper Chun grabs his first Super Gas Wally. He's done it in Super Comp, he's done it in Top Dragster, and now he's done it in Super Gas. Heck of a drag race right there. 4th thou, the margin at the finish line. as we head into your top dragster final round right here with Benji Martin and Jeff Havens. Havens in the right, dials it up 724, and he'll get the jump. Benji Martin from Selah, Washington, dials 680, will follow right behind him. Driving the stripe at over 170 miles an hour. Clean and green, Havens out front. Benji Martin pulls up alongside at 1,000 feet, and the wind light will shine for Benji Martin. He's 11 up front, gets to the finish line first. 17th thou, runs 682 at 188 miles an hour. Havens was dead late on the tree, puts it dead on zero, and could not win the race. Super Pro Final, we'll take you to the staging lanes now, please. Super Pro Final, we will take you to the staging lanes now.
Cody Compton in the left lane on that 2008 Suzuki. Lined up next to Riley Toth for this sportsman motorcycle final. Here at the River Valley Ford Drag Strip, the final race at the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals. Cody Compton, 1340cc. Riley Toth sitting on top of 1500cc. Both riders getting off the line nice and tidy. One rider with a bit of an advantage, and it pays off for Cody Compton, taking the W on that, and today's champion for Sportsman Motorcycle, bringing a Wally home. Cody Compton, come on around to the winner's circle. 134 mile an hour through the quarter-mile trap. Cody Compton also won here at the 2025 D6 Summit ET Finals. So Cody's going to make a little bit of room on his trophy shelf. No stranger to winning drag races. Looks like we got the Super Pro Final coming up. Then after Super Pro, we'll get into the fastest and loudest cars on the property today. And that's going to wrap us up for this weekend. And these two cars are lining up for our final run Super Pro today. Chris Stone in the Dodge Stratus in the left lane. Stone Cold Racing driving along with Willowbrook Chrysler. Lined up next to the slightly altered 23T of Ron Fawcett. Ron's got an 898 up on the board. And he lost by 1 thou in that. So Chris Stone is getting a Wally in this one. Bringing a Wally home in the Super Pro class today. Super Pro champion of the day. Pull that thing on over to the winner's circle. Chris Stone.
So one more champion to crown here on Sunday as we put a bow on the divisional meet here at Mission Raceway Park. They're lining up over at the winner's circle. Big congratulations to today's winners so far. Connor Jackson and Wesley Armstrong getting it done on the junior side of things. Nick Shepard gets the win over Ty Gaynor. Brian Thompson getting the win in stock eliminator here today over Rick Green. Mark Loftus faced off against Dylan Howe, was able to get it done in Super Comp. Cooper Chun grabs the win light in Super Gas over Sandy Bracy Nero. Tony Hopkins laying down an absolute lap in Super Street over Herman Chan. Benji Martin, your top dragster champion over Jeff Havens. Paul Soares getting the win over Aaron Steinke in Top Sportsman. Cody Compton, you just saw him on the bike, grabbing another win here at Mission. This place has been good to him, getting the win over Riley Toth. Chris Stone got the nod in Super Pro over Ron Fawcett. And Craig Johnson in Pro ET over Chris Stone. Congratulations to all of our champions here today. Congratulations to our runners-up. It's been a long week here in Mission. A lot of work, a lot of time, money, and tears go into this thing. And only one person can be the winner in each class. We've got one more. Top alcohol dragster sitting in the lanes as we finish up a little bit of track prep. Beautiful views on the live stream right now. I want to thank everybody who tuned in on the YouTube broadcast, NHRA TV. Absolute bang-up job by the live stream team here at Mission Raceway Park. All the different angles, the drone shots, the scenery out over the Fraser River, the views of Mount Baker in the background.
So, Troy, while we're thanking people, as always, want to thank all my fellow employees here at Mission Raceway Park for all their hard work. That's continuous, but it's been great this weekend to hang out with some old friends from Mission or from NHRA. So, always enjoy when NHRA rolls into town. Absolutely awesome, well-run race that we've had all weekend long. And got to see my old buddy Jonathan Adams. But big thanks to the whole NHRA crew. Great job this weekend. And it's been a pleasure working with Troy Abercrombie. That's who you've been listening to for the majority of the weekend. It's his first time here to Mission Raceway Park, and it's been our pleasure. Let me say that. So awesome to have you here, Troy. Hope we can do this again.
I would love to, John. The pleasure's been all mine. I am feeling like a kid, getting to do all this stuff, travel all around, call these races, and just dream come true, man. So checked another box off here at Mission Raceway Park and exceeded all of my expectations. The only thing that didn't exceed my expectations was the mosquitoes, because I knew they were like hummingbirds before I got here, and they were. So the only thing that didn't exceed my expectations. They're just huge. They weren't terrible, but they are humongous.
Okay, Troy, I have news for you, my man.
I didn't say I saw a lot of them, but the ones I did see almost carried me away into the Fraser River.
All right. Well, those of us that are local would call this no mosquitoes. Didn't see any mosquitoes this weekend. It's a mosquito-free experience, you know? Yeah. Hey, so We're done with everything but alcohol, which means there's a whole bunch of people that have money coming to them. We have a table full of checks up here in the timing tower, and we would love to hand as many of those out today as we possibly can. So obviously, if you won, don't worry, we'll see you in the winner's circle. But if you runner-up or semifinal, I think we have classes that pay back to the eights, maybe? Come see us up here in the tower. If you got a check waiting for you, we'd love to give it to you. So a little correction there, semis and runner-up. Come on up here, get your checks, please. Thank you. As well, we have not yet handed out all the money for the Rad Torque Systems NHRA Canadian Sports Nationals. So if you got a check coming to you for that race, please come on up and see us in the tower. Well, Mike, I just wanted to say my goodbyes and thank Troy on behalf of the track, but you've been up here all day, so I'm going to hand the mic back to you, and you and Troy can finish it off.
What a guy. They don't come better than John Tabak. Been a lot of fun hanging out up here this weekend. And now it is time. The final round here on Sunday. It's Top Alcohol Dragster coming to the line. It's Mike Quayle and Sean Cowie. Mike Quayle sitting in the right-hand side. That's an injected nitro machine. To his left sits the back-to-back reigning defending world champion Sean Cowie. Monday's towing and recovery on board. Mike Quayle has a tall task ahead of him. The quickest supercharged top alcohol dragster in the whole world, sitting here tower side. You'll hear Mike flip the switch and turn on the nitro as he rolls it into the beams. Cowie clears out the pipes, brings up the RPMs and stages it up. Tree fires and we're green. To the top end we go. Big advantage to Mike Quayle at the top end. It's going to be Sean Cowie. 5:23 at 277 miles an hour. Mike Quayle almost got it done. He's 69 on the tree, 5:33 at 271. Sean Cowie clips him at the big end by 26 one-thousandths of a second to grab the Wally here on Sunday. What a way to finish it out. Cowie was dead late up front. 920 to 60 foot, pouring on the coals. 347 at 222 to half track. And that's where Mike Quayle started really pouring on the juice. He's 223 at the 8th. Mile per hour is locked up at 1,000 feet, and Cowie clips him at the finish line to grab the Wally. Congratulations to Cowie. Congratulations to Mike Quayle and your crew. Fantastic final round to finish out the day here on Sunday. How you like that, Mike?
Having a good time, had a good time, and that was a pretty solid run there. Sean Cowie, the absolute champ.
Be deceiving when you're watching.
Well, he was so upset. You could tell he was giggling, you know? Yeah. Like, the nitro machine, he was pouring it on.
Quayle could have ran a 31.
So with that, we head down to the winner's circle to crown all the champions, hand out the Wallies. Mike, John, once again, thank you all so much for treating me with such hospitality and respect. It's been a fantastic time. We've got checks up here in the tower. If you were in the money in the Sports Nats and you haven't got your money, we've got it. If you're in the money today, we've got that too. For John and Mike, everybody here at the NHRA and the Mission Raceway Park crew, my name's Troy Abercrombie. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you next time.